welcome to this week's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first couple of submissions to populate the queue, we're going to do a little bit of a warm-up with a fairly new level by Zashka, who is a maker I played a few levels by near the launch of the game before I ever started streaming, and I haven't kept up with him for the longest time, so I was alerted to this new creation where we need to get that bomb where it needs to be. Floaty ghosts are called Peepas, which is, I think, relatively little known as far as the Mario Menagerie is concerned. But let's take a look and attempt the first clear on the so far very underplayed Peepas Hot Potato Waltz. Short and sweet and technical, it promises. We'll see just how technical it will turn out to be. Oh, it looks like it's a bomb escort. Not sure about that on-off switch. Oh, I see. It's one of those levels where you have to keep the bomb alive for as long as possible, and of course, having the Goomba suit will just kind of kill that ambition. Let's scout ahead, since it seems like we just kind of have to voluntarily restart into this when we fail the objective. And I am the Supernova, welcome, and I guess we'll be experiencing McDonald's Wi-Fi as the first thing in queue. And yeah, so at this point we are stuck but not locked. It seems like there is a depth zone for us to basically continue from over there before we hit the checkpoint. So, 999 Ito, welcome, thank you for Donut Disaster. This was about to be a bomb disaster. A detonation disaster. Because I was paying attention to chat. But yeah, somehow we do have the on-off switch defaulting to off. I think you're supposed to sort of implicitly understand that this is a bomb escort level, and you have to throw the bomb, I see, and then wall jump around the Goomba suit. So that's the only thing, is that there isn't anything to kind of signify to you what the objective is right from the start. You are just supposed to kind of implicitly understand it. Maybe there was something in the description that I've already forgotten. Let's just do this over. And 999 Tito, I said Ito for some reason, but 999 Tito, yeah, I do not have a headache, so I think that's already an improvement, and I hope you recover soon enough yourself. So, why am I missing my jumps? Because that's why we do a warm-up. Throw and then jump, yeah. Actually, it's because I'm hedging a bit on the dodge around that Goomba suit, which, yeah, I think is just a pure obstacle here when it comes to this particular bomb escort concept. And then we take it through once more. And down. Oh, okay. Feels like I'm supposed to long jump out of that somehow. Wasn't exactly sure where that jump was going. We'll see. Because it seems like a long jump directly from the pipe exit would just run into the Goomba hat. Yeah, so I need to jump over it, and the successive jump will actually take me over just fine. I think that's all there is to it. Jump normally around the Goomba hat, and then just continue off the ledge. That seems to be the implication. And the timings are actually not super tight when it comes to how much wall sliding I'm doing. Nope. Coming from having played some other levels in the 3D World style where I was constantly losing height on sliding down wall jumps, this is comparatively not very punishing, but we'll have to see what the approach is going to be to that particular segment that we were dealing with. Run under it. Oh, run under it. You know what? We're blind. We're absolutely blind. Yeah, because of course it's placed on a second tile up. Yes, yes. And I should know that, having spent a fair bit of time placing Goomba hats. So yeah, it is very much just kind of there to mislead you with the artwork. Alright. Okay, that's the bomb gate. Oh, interestingly enough, you can see that at this point, the on-off state is reverted back to on if you respawn from the checkpoint. So there's some kind of difference here between whether you clear from the start or when you clear from checkpoint. Where when you clear it from checkpoint, this segment becomes easier. And I don't know if there's going to be some kind of bonus objective that is locked at the end behind that. But you can see that there is a difference. Nope. It's slow for some reason. Probably just slow on its throw, to be honest. Just keeping the bomb alive outside the pipes for slightly longer than I could afford, given that the clear pipes, of course, delay the live time of the bomb. Because that's apparently just what bombs do. I'm going to scout ahead just to see what the rest of this segment is going to be about. There's going to be a throw, catch, land, throw, wall jump. Interesting that, again, in the clear from the start mode, you're going to have a low ceiling on that segment, and a tight ceiling over on this segment. We need to dodge that Goomba hat when we come to it, and then that's going to be a throw, followed by a drop, followed by coming into this segment here. Once again, bit of difficulty manipulation, and yes, there is only going to be the one checkpoint then, and then this is going to be the final bomb location that gets us across, with the top of the flag made accessible if you clear from the start. So yeah, there is that kind of differential reward for clearing without checkpoint, as a proof of completion. I'll be content to do the easy mode from the checkpoint though, just to kind of scout this out. Let's not start over, let's just take the hit, I guess. Although it wouldn't be a great deal of effort to start over, it's a fairly brisk level up to the first gate. And not one that's extremely prone to error. Especially now that we understand how to run under a one-tile size object, which is kind of an important skill set to have in this game. Okay. Oh, didn't think about that. And yeah, that'll be it. For some reason I was kind of reading that as continuous, even though everything indicating the correct progression there was quite overtly visible on the screen, so. Okay. Up we go. No, I was trying to throw it from standing just to see if the height would reach, and as a bit of an experiment to check. It is elevated by one additional tile, that pipe entrance there, so we will need to do a bit of a short hop. After playing a lot of 3D World proper again, I just associate the short hop so specifically with Toad. Okay. Not too bad. Not overly demanding, actually, as long as we dodge a few things like that. Okay. Still fine. Failed sleep therapy, exactly. What's the point of sleep therapy if not failure? Note here that there is potential for death if you stand within 2 tiles of the bomb location. So that gate could have been cleaned up maybe to avoid some player error. But otherwise, yeah, first clear. Let's tag a like on it. And let's get into the queue proper. First up is going to be McDonald's Wi-Fi. And here I am thinking that if it's McDonald's Wi-Fi, that is going to be some kind of delay glitch slowdown level, the way that the clock that we saw at the end of viewer levels last week was demonstrating. Yeah, it's a fairly easy error to overlook, I think, when you're designing some of those gates. A lot of bomb-related interactions, in fact, such as being blasted when you're standing on top of a block that's being blasted. Or just the bomb range in general. Like, it's very easy to visualize when you just kind of notice stuff in the editor, and when you're playtesting, you always sometimes just run into corners where you hit yourself, and I mean, it's a very easily corrected error. But here's McDonald's Wi-Fi, which is asking us the question, are you loving it? We'll find out in just a moment as we enter this level with a 0.82% completion rate. You know, I always thought McDonald's Happy Meals had a very high clear rate, but maybe... spin jump, of course. A spin jump that, by the way, Supernova, definitely does not need a Z marker, contrary to what some people must have been complaining about. I can already see that you would have some indication beggars at that moment. But no, I think it's extremely clear. We were just bad. Okay. Okay, double bounce there. Oh, nope. Have to get over the muncher in that location. I don't know why I keep going for the 50 coins up top. I think it's just because I'd like fries with that. You know, I gotta punch my little drink ticket from McCafe. We should have waited. It's funny because I got it right the first time when just treating it patiently, including doing the double bounce on the first Wiggler head. Now, you were saying something to me yesterday about the inspiration you had for the red and yellow color scheme. And I don't have any recollection of what it was, because yesterday was just kind of a fog of skull platforms at the end of all that. But actually, yesterday was a great stream. I'm glad we managed to get some audience for that, because, you know, I wasn't sure if there would be much interest for something that's a bit more of a curated session. But quite a few streamers have whined about the lack of Zeds. Yeah, they need a bit of deprogramming, I think. You see, this is why it's unfortunate that Kavik has been not streaming as much since 4YMM last year, because he kind of shares my opinion about over-indication, and I occasionally need his sort of characteristic Italian directness to really school people on this stuff, and tell them when over-indication is really not needed, but... Anyway. If you've ever thought that streamers complain too much about the lack of indication in your levels, this stream might be for you. But it depends. I mean, I think that sometimes, with the extreme case being some of the speedrun levels where you follow the coin trails and so on, that people can really easily lose sight of how over-indication can actually obfuscate what's going on in the level and make everything harder to see. And it's not like this is, you know, kind of this mile-a-minute thing where you only get one chance at every jump, right? Like in that case, I can kind of see the case for some kind of indication to follow, but... Of course, that's just kind of a personal bias as a player who is much better at reading course elements than at reading instructions. Like, I just never really been all that successful at hitting throw markers on the target and such, but, you know. In terms of actually watching the moving interactable parts, which is the skill that Blazing Classic Mario actually teaches you, I find that that feels a lot more comfortable, but... I often think that for things like the really technical levels, like not just Shell Kaizo, but things that are just very dynamic in general, that something like eye tracking would be really interesting to see, like eye tracking data on where people are kind of darting on the screen. I mean, I don't know if you could kind of get a decent experimental control for that, just because the sort of visual field you see on a Mario Maker level is so granular. But you see that sometimes with eye tracking experiments that are done with really fast-paced genres like RTS, where you see when people are looking at the minimap, and I think maybe they do that with things like competitive shooters as well. In terms of trying to inspect people's situational awareness, but because I think that would actually be quite interesting to have with something like a really advanced ROM hack, just to see how people are processing information. I mean, maybe not with ROM hacks, but maybe not with anything excessively linear, but with levels where doing the read at a fast pace is actually kind of interesting and data-rich. And Loop and Snoop, I'm trying to go as early as I can, but thank you for dropping by ever so briefly. And yeah, we're still ordering the Happy Meal over here. And yeah, Loop, I'm hoping that eventually I can restore an earlier time, like how I used to be able to do afternoons in NA last year, but lately that has just not been possible at all, so eventually, maybe, we'll try to work towards that, just so we can have a reasonable time to accommodate some people who used to watch this channel. But yeah, we've already kind of bumped our start time up by about half an hour, just to accommodate a few things. I mean, part of it is that I may have to finish earlier than usual in this stream, actually. I'm late. Just because of a potential conflict tomorrow, so I don't imagine that I will be keeping the queue as open, or rather open for as long as I tend to do. But then I say that every week, and I end up closing the queue at like the 3-hour mark and then playing until the 5-hour mark, and I keep telling myself to avoid that, and it happens every time. And I don't even mind it so much because sometimes we get like a really good level near the end, which was the case last week with that clock. That's going to be a spin jump. Z, 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 Z. Oh, little hop. And a later schedule benefits you, exactly. Sure, let's see what's going on. Don't know about that yellow pipe. Hint, wait. That came by really briefly. I need to read this again. There is a muncher. Okay, the muncher is just blocking the door in order to give us the hint screen. It's telling us something about the key attached to the spiny hat, and something about the POW that's under the red pipe. Okay. So let's take a look here. But yeah, definitely the... Well, maybe the yellow pipe is just for some kind of artistic symmetry here, but... And not symmetry, but you know what I mean, like artistic, completeness, unity. But yeah, after looking at the hint, I do wonder if... I don't remember seeing an accessible spiny hat in the last bit, though. Okay, we do need to spin jump a little bit further left on the platform in order to land accurately on the pokey. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I knew exactly where I was supposed to go. I don't know why I second-guessed that. Okay. Should have just done a standard jump off that corner, of course. But that's what happens when you get into the habit of spinning. I kind of wonder, when people go back to Super Mario World ROM hacks, if most of them have also rebound the spin jump to a shoulder button. not knowing much about ROM hacks, I don't imagine the old scrolling feature on LNR in Super Mario World is all that useful, but you would think that in terms of muscle memory, that if you're kind of really accustomed at this point to using the shoulder button rather than the original A button as to spin jump or as to dismount, that would kind of affect the way that you approach something like a Super Mario hack. Super Mario World hack, rather. But not something I'm deeply knowledgeable about. And this is one of those control changes where I actually do prefer it like this over the original, I think. I did go back to Super Mario World last year, whoops, just to do a bit of a casual 96 exit run on a lark one day, and I don't remember that the spin jump necessarily threw me off, and actually I still, despite how much time I've spent in this game, I still find the Yoshi dismount physics significantly more comfortable in the original than here, where here in Mario Maker, when you dismount Yoshi, it's kind of like Super Mario World pretending to be New Soup. And the art just throws me off all the time, especially in Yoshi puzzle levels. You would only ever play one ROM hack. Do you already know which ROM hack that is? Like, do you already have a specific one in mind? Okay. 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 Oh, I missed a boat over there. I saw exactly what was happening, and I was just slow to react to how quickly it was taking off. Germ Doves. Okay, I don't think I know that one. But most of the ROM hacks I just kind of know by name, I think, are more of the recent Kaizo community stuff. But that's because, you know, the only real ROM hack players that I'm acquainted with tend to be Kaizo players, and not necessarily streamers that we know either. Like, I actually do know someone, like, sort of within my circles in real life who was actually really into ROM hacks completely independently. And sort of introduced me to, you know, how people kind of get into some of that. Germdub is a guy you support, yeah. Yeah, there are definitely people within this game who have expressed interest in ROM hacks that are, you know, not part of the Kaizo mold, and who I think would produce pretty interesting work. So, okay, there we go. All right. You know, for a McDonald's, there sure doesn't seem to be very much cheese. How do we lose the key? Didn't I have a key? Oh, no, because I had to kill the spiny... Yeah, no, but I did kill the spiny on one of the other attempts earlier. I see what happened. Sub 1%, really, on this level. Sub 1%. I mean, people must really be struggling with not being explicitly instructed to do spin jumps, because, you know, if you kind of showed this to me blind, I would say, oh, 2-3% easily, but... Anyway, very nice. I think it was not too hard to demonstrate that, you know, it's not hard to make a read in this level. Like, it's very visible. Edor just takes you to a bonus session. Okay, well, let's mark that as a win. We may have to go back and look at a bonus section at some point, but we'll get through the queue first and maybe hold that as a future consideration. Yeah, because I can sometimes see... I mean, you know, as a maker, you always kind of have a target difficulty based on the level of technique that you're testing and the length of the level that you're creating, etc. And I would not have guessed that to be under 1% by any means. Certainly not on that sample size of players. And hey Mang, welcome. Okay, let's take a look at 7B2. WK8. 0kg from Tito. We'll see if we wipe out on this one the way that we wiped out on Tito's previous precision level that I think we got, but this one is closer to 10% and at about 10 seconds. Ah, okay, so given that it is 10 seconds, 10% may actually be relatively low, but hey, we'll have very many quick retries, I guess. Oh, okay, Supernova, you just want me to look at the comment art, I see. Okay. Ah. Interesting, okay. Let's just drop in. I see. So the idea here is that we need to get around this bumper and drop into the right and really hug that wall so we don't get zapped by fire. But we do need to come in at a very particular angle and timing in order to manage that, so this is not quite so simple. Okay, so we just need to have like a good bump and falling arc, I think, to kind of get in this corner here. You can see why it's 10% and that you have a lot of gentle retries that don't kill you, which is kind of nice, actually. That's, you know, a precision challenge that you are allowed to just kind of redo until you run out the clock at 500 seconds. Is honestly a better situation than usual. I love how Lemmy is just kind of zapping us from the side there and, you know, teasing us with those 1-ups underneath. Really just kind of letting us know that it's a bouncy castle. Since we're just going to be retrying this and bumping around this corner for the next few minutes until something works, I guess we might as well, I don't know, tell a story or something. Like, you know, Boom Boom is trapped in solitary confinement and the Lemmys are there as his guards, and he's kind of there in his padded cell, and, you know, by the time we're finished with this, we'll know all about padded cells. Let's just go through the door. Okay, we're back to start, and there's nothing else in the start to look at. Okay, so unfortunately, nothing that is going to be really helpful to us there. But maybe I need to duck into the lower one and just kind of bounce in like that. Of course, we're totally going to get zapped by fire when we get down, just watch. Okay. Meng, you know about bumpers. How do you... Oh, okay. We finally got zapped. Okay, so that was actually correct. I was about to say, Meng, you know about bumpers. How does this work? And it seems like we actually had the right idea for a moment there, and I just got hit by fire. But you know what? We'll just have to take that. I'm not going to bother timing myself around the fire one. I honestly don't know if I will ever get in accurately. Like, there's a particular pixel almost that you have to get around on the right side of the lower bumper. And then I have to hang right away so I don't get zapped when I do successfully get down, so... So we'll see if we can get this. I don't know, you know, given that the clear rate is at about 10%, maybe we can expect on a number of random rolls in terms of timing that will get this within 10 successful attempts at getting past the gap. That, you know, one of those 10 attempts, and currently we're on 2, we will successfully hug the right side wall. We should maybe be thinking about that in terms of probability, just because I'm not really terribly in control of the situation here. Sometimes we get the bounce and sometimes we don't, so until that point we just have to deal with this. Okay. I have to say, this is actually more interesting than a typical precision thing. And that is not just about, you know, don't hit the spike. Okay. Don't want to get bounced on top of the semi-solid, we just need a particular falling angle. There we go. Yeah, I just needed to go left a bit there. Oh, and of course we're going to have to deal with this. Thank you for that, Tito. Only 28 seconds on a successful clear, okay. Could have been much more of a disaster. So yeah, it just took a particular adjustment where I needed to give myself more of a falling angle by starting to a little to the left of the bottom bumper. So that actually was sort of an intentional change on my part, and was just very fortunate that on that attempt I didn't get zapped by the fire, because I was not planning around timing the fire dodge at all. So worked well enough, I guess. Oh damn, the level that inspired McDonald's Wi-Fi was deleted. Well, many things that inspired McDonald's Wi-Fi may be long gone by now. Okay. You just want me to take a look at the art, you said. So yeah, that's actually just within my recently played, I think, so. Because I had not, in fact, played since last night. But let's take a look at the comment art. Oh, okay, nice. Very nice. I don't know where you actually placed that, whether it was in the too bad room up at the very top, or somewhere else. It seemed like somebody else had already put some mountain artwork up in the middle of that top chamber. But yeah, I guess we've seen Behind the Door King at this point. Even K2 has checkpoints. Well, K2 didn't have a don't touch the ground clear condition. Otherwise, the history of mountaineering would have been quite different. Mang, I thought that was your art. We saw this comment card last night, and I thought that was your style. I didn't actually come in here and check that. Okay. We're marking that as a win. Did I mark the previous one as a win? Yes, I did. Okay. And let's take a look at Bang. I think this is just your maker code. But if you have a particular recommendation, as always, you're welcome to offer it. We'll eventually get through many of these anyway. I remember last time you were kind of warning me about the kitty level. For some reason. We'll eventually see it, I'm sure. So Mang, do you have anything in particular that you would like to see? Given that we are quite a ways behind, since I've been, just catching up since November or so. Maybe the Christmas level. Okay, great, great. Oh, but I was saving that for a Christmas special in the middle of June or something. But no, that's okay. Christmas is fine. Christmas comes every year. So anyway, here's a super Christmas ball party. And yeah, it's post-Christmas depression, right? So you feel horrible. Actually, you know what? This was uploaded on the 26th. So it really was post-Christmas depression, where you feel horrible. 33-second world record, and about 2%, which is actually... I'm kind of wary of seeing high clear rates on Mang levels sometimes, because it usually means that I will bounce my way back to a soft reset location. And do so over and over. And that's okay. It's Christmas. And that will just be my present. Okay. Spin jump, of course. That's actually obvious, but... See what I told Supernova earlier about disobeying any complaints that you might get about not having the Z markers, but you know that. Just fine. Okay, Autoscroll's going to crush us, because that's just a sign of crushing disappointment after you open your gifts and find that this year you did not get your requested N64. Anyway, spin. Yeah, terrible spin arc there on my part. I needed to not have so much leftward momentum getting into that. Okay. Here we are. No, I shouldn't have done a standard jump at all out of that. I really do just need to run, take myself over the one tile gap, and then spin jump. Otherwise I lose too much time. Let's spin jump. Interesting, hard blocks over the entrance. I'm sure that's nothing, but never know. Actually, there is just an implicit screen lock, I think, on this, given that my vertical position is pretty much static. I assume that maybe this was just built on the bottom half. So we have an open ceiling up top, but no camera scroll. No, it is auto-scroll, though, so it'll always just be custom scroll locked to this axis. I made the same mistake. And actually, standard jump is okay for those, I think, because we required a spin jump over here simply because contact smashes the snowballs against the walls pretty much instantly, but standard jump is just fine for stuff like this. And in fact, maybe required. Whoops. Yeah, standard jump over there, just spin jump against the ones that are against the wall. That should, in fact, be fairly obvious. Here's Z, Z, Z. Or sleep therapy. Standard jump would have been fine. Biggie Swoles, welcome. Biggie Swoles. The bot hasn't even told me yet, but that smells like a code for a new revision of Secret of the Keep. And I actually, Biggie Swoles did go over to video the last time I played Secret of the Keep to see if I could discover that clue you were talking about for the CP1 route. And I saw, like, a music note out of the corner of my eye on the left side of the save point screen. And that was pretty much as far as I got in terms of clues, and I did not understand that at all, but as you said, I am free to ignore that because that was the thing you were changing. But anyway, we will look at that when we get to Secret of the Keep, because we're too busy celebrating Christmas. Spike is just there to scare you. Okay. What was that all about? Oh, okay. Fall onto the platform and grab the shell. Wait. And jump. And yeah, Gregowski, have a good sleep. We will be seeing more of you around, I'm sure. Also hope Jackbox went well. I saw that you were on with Jackbox earlier. I've actually never played Jackbox, and so I don't know exactly if somebody, you know, wins at Jackbox or if they have a particular metagame for Jackbox where you have to raise your elo or something, but have a good night. Okay. Wait, hang on. Started late on that attempt because I was sipping my beverage between resets. Not an advisable idea when you have auto-scroll starts. There are points for having people vote on your answers, I see. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the sort of social party game genre that I know nothing about. Like, I still haven't played Among Us, even though I've seen a lot of streamers I know take it up over the past few months. Now, I need to do that segment the way I did it the first time, which is knock the snowball over on my way up around that panel. And here we go. I mean, I feel like Viewer Levels is my social party game. Like, viewer level serves the purpose for me that... Oh, I see. No. The purpose of that platform is to allow you to convert from a normal jump to a spin jump. And then so you do a spin jump on Snowball and then spin jump on the shell. But yeah, I feel like doing Mario Maker streaming in general, in fact, serves the purpose that things like MMO rating did about a decade ago. And that it was kind of unique at a time because it would be something game-wise that you would really clear your schedule for. In the way that people used to do in their bowling clubs, I guess, in the style of the Big Lebowski. That, you know, it seemed like the successor to that in many ways was something like MMO rating. And then we needed to bop the Snowball up top, okay. And then now the kind of successor to MMO rating, at least in my life, in terms of having like a scheduled meetup with people in some ways. Is actually playing this game. And there hadn't really been anything like that in my calendar for the longest time when it came to playing video games at all, so... And it's nice. It's very much like, you know, jamming with musicians, really. It's just that you're jamming with level designers instead. Yeah, it was a little bit behind there. And that's the goal right there, actually. This is very quick. And this was, what, 2%? This feels easier than 2%. In the same way that Supernovas felt easier than 0.8 or whatever it was. And it is, I think, lending some credence to my theory that some people probably are just extremely dependent on spin jump markers to the point that they just don't know how to live without them. Because, you know, there are levels that are, as I always say, harder for me than their clear rate suggests, and levels that are easier for me than their clear rate suggests. And I feel like one of the things that makes a level easier to me than the clear rate suggests is that I don't need to be told about every spin jump. This is a disappointing Christmas. There's a checkpoint there. I want to see it. No. We have to go back and see this. Sorry, we're not done. We're not done. That feels like it was Christmas on easy mode. That doesn't count. That's a little bit deceptive. It's like receiving a lump of coal. Okay. But thank you for the GGs anyway. They're a small consolation for how Christmas went this time around. Whoops. Yeah, gain some time here. Oh. Huh. Yeah, because I bumped right into that thing and it breaks immediately. But if it rolls, then... Wait a minute. Sure, let's raise the clear rate artificially. Oh, that's how you trick people into playing your level for a longer time. Yeah. No, because it breaks every time, doesn't it? Let's look at the main screen. I mean, it's whatever is over there is under a pipe. It really is the Christmas experience because, you know, you're just kind of promised that Santa is going to bring you something even better every year. You can actually get it. Yeah. There's got to be something then. Even if it is right by the goal. It looks like maybe it is just pointing to a bonus screen. We have to try it. Okay. Supernova, you're going to add an obvious spin at the end of one of your levels and kind of make it really over-indicated. Yeah, if you keep doing that kind of thing, eventually you're just going to turn it into Loop. I don't know, I think Loop went to bed, so I can say this already, but to me it feels like it's very much a part of sort of Loop's particular brand of sarcasm about this game, I guess. And to really start making fun of the player when it comes to, you know, kind of meta level maker conventions. And it's okay. I think players need some deprogramming from that for sure. So. Okay, spin jump. Okay, here we go again. And up we go. Okay. Okay, let's bop this right away. I said right away. No. I see, I was kind of jumping a bit too high in the snowball to shell segment and losing a bit of time from that. And after that, losing a bit of time on cutting momentum to try to tap the upper snowball. Wait. I missed that because I'm still thinking about that end segment and wondering if maybe I was misreading what to do at the very end. And you've always been this way as well? Yeah. So, that's authentic to your nature then, Supernova. Okay. I'm sure there are some other things that people really need to be deprogrammed from when it comes to this game as well, but the sort of overabundance of Z markers is certainly one of them. And you can tell it just has a negative effect on some designers who really do listen to that stuff, right? And where you see stuff that's like, this is a perfectly good level, but you clearly caved to pressure, you know, in this one segment, just to placate the indication complainers. More controversially, I feel that way about a lot of checkpointing as well, but, you know, that's a different can of worms entirely. And for those of you in queue, I mean, it's a short queue right now, so I don't mind spending a bit more time on this. But since I already did technically clear this, I won't be spending too long chasing this objective, but I am curious, so I do want to put in a proper attempt on it just to see if I understand what's going on in that segment. Of course, that will require me to not make so many mistakes on the way over first. And I know I am saying this, of course, just after having skipped doing true ending on the McDonald's level as well, but we'll see. We got through this rather quickly, though, so I feel like it's not going to be too much of a burden here. Why am I constantly missing that after? Okay, no, we can take a look at this, though. There's a Pokey, and the Pokey is going to, yes, this is what was happening. When you stomp on the Pokey is a snow Pokey, and it transforms into a snowball. If you are holding the run button, you hold the snowball, and it hits the big snowball, and it breaks, and that's why that mechanism doesn't work. We hadn't paid attention previously to how the breakage was occurring, but after you drop on top of the snow Pokey, you're going to automatically grab the small snowball and you have to toss it to the left and chuck it out. Or just never... Yeah, you can't even walk into it. You have to just chuck it to the left, throw it out, and then go for true ending. So, kind of glad we got a proper look at the screen. And yeah, there we go. And yeah, without putting in that attempt, I don't think I would have necessarily noticed that that was what was going on, because the ending was happening so quickly previously. And I saw that there was some kind of snowball breakage, but I didn't know on what, because I hadn't really processed that section properly. But I think now we actually do in fact understand it, so let's get on this guy, get on this, and miss. Raise the clear rate, try again. But that is the method. That is the method. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. We've got to save Christmas. It's a matter of moral urgency. Even in March. Okay, there we go. And up we go. You know, I have this beef, I think, with people who kind of keep telling me that Die Hard is the perfect Christmas film just because it takes place during Christmas. Mind you, Die Hard is a very good film. I haven't seen it in a long time, but spin jump, okay. But, you know, it seems like they're always just kind of like drilling that cliche into the ground now, as if to say, haha, isn't it so funny that Bruce Willis shooting up a skyscraper is a Christmas film. But the real Christmas film, of course, is Terry Gilliam's Brazil, which is literally about the use of proportionate force in a security state towards the ultimate objective of attempting to save Christmas. Save Christmas from who? The enemy. The other. The, I guess, sort of undefined threats to national security. Have to be on alert for that kind of thing. In this case, I don't know what we're saving Christmas from, I have to admit. I have to go a little bit to the left on that panel. Anyway, I'm glad we're properly seeing a second segment here. And now I understand the clear rate a little bit better if people were kind of, oops, enticed to try this segment a little further. Kind of nice to have an optional hard mode built in, though. There was a Japanese maker I followed, who I don't think I've seen upload in some time, but who used to upload like, on a very regular basis, once every 2 weeks or so. And I think it was the one that Kavik introduced me to, actually. No, not one of the 4YMM people, but another Japanese maker who was apparently this Japanese genius. And the thing that he tended to do with his levels was to create optional hard mode gates at the end. So you'd have these very deceptively high clear rates. But, you know, you would just be able to pop a switch and do hard mode voluntarily for no reward whatsoever except being part of the hard mode gang. This section is where you put the unfair obstacles. Well, I mean, that's what hard mode is for, in some ways. Honestly, I think it feels pretty reasonable. I don't consider it unfair so far, but maybe I just haven't hit the stuff that is actually unfair. I can see how that series of spin jumps may be a bit of a reach. Clearly doable, but it's definitely one tile beyond what would you know, feel very comfortable. Okay, there we go. I can also see that the big difference in this segment, too, is the amount of camera movement up and down. Nope, you bump that, and then you jump over to the right, and then you have a series of on-off switches. Okay, great. But yeah, I can kind of see that in the first segment, because you're just sort of locked to the same vertical position the whole time, that you don't have any kind of risk with visibility when it comes to the snowball falling down. Here, things are still visible, but you can see that the snowball is kind of getting ahead of me off screen a bit when you bump it down like this. You just kind of have to follow the arc all the way down. Also, just kind of spot where the next landing is going to be, because that platform at the end will be slightly out of view on the y-axis until you make the big descent. So, there we go. And here we know how to wrap around. And then, nope. And we got lots more to come, including a couple of on-off switches. So yeah, this is where the real level is buried, apparently. The true meaning of Christmas. But yeah, I don't think I've actually seen an optional hard mode gate of this size for quite some time, in fact. I feel like I used to see more ideas like that. Making a regular two-screen platformer is hard. By two-screen, do you mean in terms of vertical spacing, in terms of using both of the available screen heights, or are we not on the same page with that? That's how I understood that anyway, that we're talking about using both screens of vertical real estate. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that these were the way the boundaries were defined in Mario Maker to begin with. There's a lot that I don't know about what the internal camera logic of the original games and their engines actually is. In terms of, you know, at what position do you tug the camera up, etc. Like, that's not stuff I necessarily know about the official Mario games, but seeing the way that the available space to build in was introduced in Maker 1, and now with the vertical section in Maker 2, like, really kind of gives you an appreciation for how much of that is kind of done in optical illusions, almost. But let's mod that. Let's, whoops. Nope. That's not going to go. Okay. Here we are. Now, if we don't get this within a decently reasonable amount of time, we'll definitely save it for one of the feature days, the way we did with Grasshopper. I don't think it's that hard, though, at least this segment. I mean, there are some accuracy issues on my side, but everything so far feels relatively approachable. And we've had a short enough queue today, so far anyway, that I don't mind spending just a little bit longer. Need a better arc going into the third one. That's been a persistent problem so far. Alright, let's do this again. Don't know why that was not responsive. Yeah, let's just head down and continue. And yeah, there's something about the way I'm correcting my direction as I'm landing on top of the second snowball that is not really ideal in terms of getting up to the next one after that. There's definitely something that I can be doing differently in terms of when my input is swapping directions. Or maybe I'm just not getting on board the first one very well to begin with. That sometimes you can see that my position is just completely off when it comes to understanding what the contact point on the snowball is going to be with a spin jump. That was a bad idea. Yeah, like I said, not intending to run the queue extremely long today, but we will be back with viewer levels tomorrow as well, if all goes well. But of course, you know, this is still early in the stream, so we are going to be wide open for a while. Down we go. Whoops. And the reason for that, in fact, is that I will be playing a competition during the day tomorrow. And it will be online Scrabble, or as Mang likes to call it, the fake words game. And so I'm actually playing that during what people consider somewhat normal daytime hours over the next 2 days, and it is actually going to have a spectator stream. It is not going to be my stream. And I don't know if my games are going to be on at all. It's just that there is sort of this official tournament broadcast. Spin jump. So yeah, series of spin jumps under the one-way panel, and then you just get all the way across. And that's how that's going to go. Oops. Spin jump all the way across, and now I'm thinking about that double snowball stack that is behind that muncher later on, and how I'm going to adjust position with that, because that's right before the part where you need to interact with the on-off switches that are currently gated off when you enter that zone in the on position. I should have put a Z. No, I don't think so. I refuse. I refuse to capitulate to that kind of thing. Oops. It's really hard for you to attend any sort of day stream. Well, I mean, it's very hard for me to do any kind of day stream, so. Which is why we wound up with this schedule here. I mean, it's kind of fortunate that I was able to get back to streaming at all, because for a couple months my schedule was kind of wild enough that I just was not able to play. And you know what I really regret about that, in fact? That, I mean, for the same reason that I was not really able to stream, I was not really able to do much in the way of multiplayer games where I would really need to sit down with something uninterrupted for a decent amount of time, which means I missed out on most of Super Mario 35. And Super Mario 35 is going to be down in a week, right? It's only going to last another, what, 11 days or so? A week and a half? And right now they're kind of running the special mode, I was told by another streamer last night who was running Super Mario 35, that right now they are running it with a format that actually takes you through the original 8-world flow of the game, rather than just randomizing. That, you know, they would actually have the 32 stages in order with the warp zones pointing to all the right places, as a bit of a finale to the game, where now that people have been kind of trained on the randomized metagame, they just put you through the real thing. Nintenium, welcome. Thank you for apple cinnamon tarts. Very timely this time of day, I think. Instead of having my own apple cinnamon tarts, I will simply have to play your level and imagine that I'm having apple cinnamon tarts that just happen to kill me X% of the time. But yeah, so very unfortunately, I really, really enjoyed Super Mario 35 when it came out, and I just wound up having no time to commit to it whatsoever. And you kind of feel like I missed out on it. Because it really is a very clever game. And also, I think, really kind of brings out the best in what the level design in Super Mario 1 was already doing. All the way back in 1985. With some very minor trivial modifications, of course, but yeah, still not getting a good jump angle on that segment. That tends to be the sticking point, I think. I'm fairly comfortable with the stuff after that. But that's still a point of player inconsistency on my end. In terms of getting a really good arc there. And reversing direction properly. It's actually specifically a segment that looks like it might be easier with stick than D-pad. I don't say that about a lot of things, but like I look at that and think, okay, it's actually a quick directional reversal here, and that's something that stick would maybe excel at more. And I am not comfortable at all playing with a stick, to the point that I'm not even using a controller that has a stick right now. So we'll just have to make do with reversing direction a little bit more elegantly. Hugging the walls at the zigzag helps, okay. Since the snowball's hitbox is higher at the top, yeah, I can see that. That's, you know, the, whoops, issue that I'm running into there is that I'm kind of hitting too low on the first one to begin with, and then the problem just kind of compounds itself. Because I shouldn't be too worried about the horizontal coverage from left to right and right to left. The height is the main thing giving me issues here. And it is a bit of a weird hitbox, that's true. Anyway, let's punch through this thing here. There we go. And we need to do the wraparound. And then... Oh, I see, I bumped my head. Okay. Yeah, I do need to run across that one tile gap. The gap sometimes throws me off. I discovered that, of course, about the end segment as well, but... Nope. Too low. So yeah, we'll try to hug the walls. We'll try to get on top of the bounce as consistently as possible. I think instinctively I'm sort of thinking that I won't get enough coverage left to right, and so I end up going too low on the first snowball, and everything is just a massive problem from there, so... Okay, I see now that the kind of double big snowball stack kind of leads to a switch activation and then a snowball drop that I need to wrap around to when I get to that segment. I don't exactly know how it's going to go, but I am kind of mentally trying to predict it from the very fleeting glimpse that we've had of that screen. And we'll see how it goes when we get there. Have to get back there consistently first. There we go. Nope, still loving this jump. Yeah, I need to run a little bit further first before I get onto Snowball. I'm going too early, in fact, there, which is why I'm bumping my head on the ceiling occasionally, and also just kicking the Snowball when it's too low to boost me up to the location that I actually require. Nope, now I'm going too late. But yeah, you can see that the bottom of the two big snowballs that's tucked over the on-off switch is going to make contact with the on-off switch. And then that's going to lead to a series of snowball drops that we're going to have to ride on the way down. Nope, too early again. Yeah, I really need to figure out what my jump there is going to be. I think the thing that is throwing me off is that I'm going right to left. I mean, it's the exact same kind of jump as what we've been doing many times already, in the exact same kind of setup platform. The issue is that from going right to left, I think that's actually sort of thrown off my perception entirely. That's obviously the series of spin jumps that we've talked about on so many occasions. So yeah. Luckily, I don't think this is too difficult to fix on our end. Okay, that's going slightly better at least. No, I did need to hold jump going into the last one, and bop the snowball, wrap around, and catch the snowball in the rightmost column that drops after the activation of the on-off switch. Landing on that rightmost snowball is going to get me onto the bridge at the end of that segment. Too low. And I could tell it was too low as soon as I made the jump. But yeah, I think I understand what to do. I just have to see it and understand what the timing is going to be, because landing on falling objects can be risky. There we go. No, I need to bop the second one as well, wrap around, and then bop the lower one. Yeah. Yeah, do need to do 2 jumps there. And then really kind of control my height afterwards, too. Make sure I have a chance to land on the second snowball column, because if I go too high, I think I'm not actually able to catch it at a sufficient height. I would guess that that's the risk factor anyway, that I don't want to be bouncing too high out of the on-off interaction if I can help it. You know, just to hedge against potential failures. Okay. No, I actually need to hit the switch and then I drop with the platform. I don't know why I thought that the snowball sitting on top of the platform would just activate the switch by itself. I clearly need to drop there and do the jump myself. Okay. No. Spin jump. And a regular jump up to the on-off switch should be fine. I was deciding for a moment, okay, regular jump or spin jump, but the thing is, the second snowball column is not really in danger of being smushed against a wall, so standard jump should be what I am looking for. Spin jump is what I'm looking for here. So we're seeing, as usual, what happens when I just run into all sorts of issues with talking about one segment of the level while I'm playing a different one and just kind of getting the inputs confused, which is why we had a spin jump for no particular reason over there just now. Okay. Hang on, let's not restart by mistake. That is a pretty interesting hard mode gate, though, with the snow pokey. I quite like how that was put together. In that it really does make you think and observe, based on your completion of the level, what you were doing wrong and how to fix it. Because, yeah, I mean, intuitively, we know that snow pokies are going to spawn to snowballs, but while you're in the midst of playing the level, it's just very easy to overlook what the interaction is going to be. Nope. Bad timing. But yeah, it's going to be bob and both of the snowballs, and then we control that position ourselves with the on-off timing. Drop down to the lower snowball, bounce onto the platform on the right side, and that will do the trick. Okay. We'll need a slightly better falling arc than that. I was actually going too low that time. But then, when I hit the on-off switch, my falling arc is always going to be synchronized. As in, the timing of my drop and the timing of the snowball drop are always going to be in line with each other, so I need to figure out what to do differently about my jump. And I think it's that I do need to kind of curve around it. Like, you can see that the snowball is going to outpace me slightly, and I need to kind of give it the opportunity to drop further. And take advantage of the fact that my starting position is slightly higher. But I need to not knock it from the side. I need to make sure I understand how to move towards it this way. Maybe doing a standard jump is the wrong idea, and maybe I should be spinning. I will try it at least once with a spin, just to see if maybe that will manipulate things in a way that is advantageous, given that the spin has been, of course, allowing me to get around some of these on the side. Yeah, we'll do a spin jump here. And no, I'm approaching it too soon. I really must let it go down to the bottom if I can. So I don't think it's an issue of what kind of jump I'm doing, it's just that I do have to take a bit of a risk. I almost pretty much have to let it go off screen. Nope, spin jump here. Should have called the level a spin to win. No, I think the Christmas theme works just fine. But yeah, this is definitely a good sort of Z-marker deprogramming level, though, for the kind of people who need it. I like going through that process of having to figure out what kind of jump I need. I mean, I tend to enjoy that, though. But yeah, still approaching that much too early. You can tell by the placement of the platforms on the right side that it is meant to allow you to hit the spin jump, hit the snowball jump, rather, really, really low, as in practically off-screen low. So we should be following parallel to the snowball for as long as we can until we are sure that we're going to have the right amount of spacing. Still too early. Yeah, after what happened with the catapult levels, I think Bang is quite correct that the ideas are only being stolen back. And that's okay, it's an exchange. It's a flourishing marketplace of ideas. Okay. And up we go. There we go. No. Spin jump. Okay. And then we need to take that segment quickly enough to knock something else down and bounce on top of it to get up to the vines. Yeah. But here we go. Making that a little more consistently now, at least. Okay. No, spin jump. Why am I... Oh, no, because yeah, so the bumper is going to take me up. Thinking about the bumper interaction here. And whether spin jump off the bumper is something that's going to happen. Let's get back there and see if we understand it. Okay. This is going a little more consistently. Okay. There we go. And then, oh yeah, I forgot about that platform, even though I landed on it several times earlier, simply because it was off camera for that moment. And I do want standard jumps there at that point. Spin jump will not do the trick, I think, in terms of distance. The wind and propeller idea. I'm thinking of the, there was one Mang level that I didn't get very far in at all, which was the one where you have to go a few tiles off screen at the bottom of the screen with the propeller suit. And that one was one where I could barely even get through the first screen when I played it last year. But I don't think that's the one you're talking about, if you're talking about wind plus propeller. Is it? Okay, actually hitting that a little bit too late for once, which is not the typical interaction. Oh, you just played that, yeah. Yeah, I remember having a lot of trouble with that one last year. Because I was also going through a pile of Mang levels, including Super Mang World in some of the streams last summer. What a huge spin jump off the bumper. Nope, need to fall on that a little bit better. Jump over the bumper, get onto the vines, and then it looks like there's probably going to be some other spectacular interaction after that that we can't see yet because it's not on camera. Whoops, a little bit late on everything here. And there we go. I think none of my alerts are working today, for some reason. But I'm told that, at least privately, that somebody had just given me a follow, so thank you for the follow. Yeah, for some reason my stream alerts are dead, but... Okay, spin jump into the switch seemed to be working better for me. And yeah, closer, thank you for the follow. I don't know why Alert Box decided to not cooperative today, but... Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I wouldn't have thought to test it because it has not given me problems for a long time. But Twitch has, in general, just been glitchy about a lot of things lately, like raid notification and such. A lot of that has been a bit broken from time to time. So we'll see. We'll see why everything seems to have failed us. And in the meantime, we'll just get back here. I think it's always a good sign in terms of level design when something that you struggled with previously becomes very consistent once you do figure it out. I think that's always a positive thing. I am going too slow in that interaction after dropping down from the upper snowball. So that needs a little bit of work on my part. But there we go. And forward. Yeah, forgot to spin on that one. I think spinning is better. I don't know if that actually makes that material a difference, but it seems that my contact with a snowball works a lot better with a spin for some reason. When I just kind of tap it on the top corner like that. That's okay, we'll figure it out with time, I'm sure, when I've had my fill of missing that jump. Okay, forward. But yeah, we'll need to fix up some of that later. In general, as I've been saying to the people who are regulars here, I've not really been doing much in the way of stream maintenance. You know, in terms of the various meta aspects of the channel. So, they should get back to fixing up some of that with time. Wrap around and then fall on the snowball It's a small snowball, though, so I think I might want to spin on that. So I don't just tap it. If I understand it correctly. I have to get some of my spin interactions mentally sorted out sometimes. That, you know, you'll be playing some levels, or I'll be playing some levels where, yeah, small snowball, I definitely need a spin. Where, you know, occasionally in a spur of the moment, you just kind of forget what the spin rules are for things like bombs, Goomrats, etc. Where, when you play enough of this game, like, you see stuff like that, and that just very obviously needs a spin, and yet you see at a level and you just kind of forget. And yeah, you have to spin because it is static. Yes, that's correct. And there should be maybe a clearer terminology for that in terms of describing the snowball states. That's true of things like shells and such as well, in terms of when they count as activated, when their collision rules in some cases have been turned on, if you know what I mean. Okay. Shorter jumps here. Yeah, still a bit slow in that segment. Static spin. I mean, if we're all just going to rename our stuff after Donkeyman Creations, we have lots to choose from. Yep, still coming in a little bit early. You can see the death markers in that location. Specifically that location. Okay, tap that. Yeah, that was a bit risky trying to go that high. It was not really deliberate, to be honest. Okay. There we go. That's been going a bit better. Compared to how many attempts we blew on that earlier. There we go. Looks risky, but it's actually much safer. Shouldn't have rammed headfirst into the muncher. Also, just in general, don't need to be doing such high jumps there in terms of how much time I'm losing to falling. Bad idea. And that's okay. Let's head down. Okay, that could have maybe been a little more cautious. It's funny because the munchers are mostly just kind of there to scare you and give you a bit of a visual anchor. And at the same time, we do run into them. Like I said, we do run into them. Also, of course, just to prevent you from landing on those locations when you do have partial walls set up, I think that's very much the point, is that you just need the walls to be topped off with something hazardous. Okay, here we are. Nope, it's still too slow. And I feel like I know which jump to tighten up there, but we'll see. Just need to do a little bit better as soon as I tap the high snowball. It's exactly that segment right after I tap the high snowball where I'm losing time. Doxson, welcome. And yeah, I will be happy to pick from that list when I get to it, so thank you for dropping by. Oh, I could have just made it directly up to the top platform if I execute that well every time, which is not going to happen. Here we go. And back. And down. Nope, falling like that is not going to be the answer either. That was not really entirely deliberate. But I definitely want a very short jump. And just keep my head down as much as I can to keep pace with the snowball. It may be something I'm doing with the way I'm handling the jump button after the fall. Let's spin jump. But we will sort that out when we get back there. Okay, I actually made that. Thought it was feeling a little bit risky that time, but it did manage to be a success. Much, much better. Okay. And then... yeah, that could have gone better. But I need to hit the right platform and drop the muncher, and then do the wall slide down. Not wall slide, rather, but, you know, wall drop. But yeah, target should be blue platform first, and then drop. I don't know what I'm dropping towards. I haven't quite picked that up visually just yet. But here we are. You see, it's also this sort of artifact of creating multiple difficulty gates, which was something I was praising earlier and still praise now as something that I like. That it does mean that the clear rate gives you no useful information whatsoever. And that's okay. I mean, I don't think that clear rates are necessarily ever going to be that much more than an approximation. But they give you a little bit of guidance for what to expect sometimes, I guess, and then you can feel good about yourself for finding a low clear rate level easy, or feel like an absolute chump for the opposite experience. Nukakaza, welcome. One screen precision maze. Yeah, I guess we'll be flying around with a P-balloon. A bunch of single tile gaps. I just assume it's going to be a P-balloon level because I don't know what you would be, or who would you be without it. But perhaps I'm wrong. So yeah, Nukakaza, looking forward to seeing that insofar as we're able to look forward to something marked as a precision maze. I mean, with the P-balloon for positional control, surely it can't be that rough, but we'll see when we get there. Okay. Down we go. A little bit late there. And to tap, and I pretty much need to jump right away. And I think standard jump is correct there, because I do need to cover that horizontal distance. But we'll figure that out as we go. Whoops. All right. And up we go. And here I'm thinking back to what we were saying earlier about having not done the key route in McDonald's Wi-Fi. And And Supernova was singing something about, oh, you just need to redo one screen for this, you need to redo 2 screens for the other one. But this one, I think, has really kind of proven its mettle in terms of seemingly optional segments that, of course, we're going to take as a social requirement for the sake of pride and also just personal enjoyment, because honestly, this is tons of fun. Okay, no amount of getting ahead of the camera is going to save me there. If I just miss, fine. That was one of the very rare instances where I was able to spin up to the top platform, though, in terms of the upper landing. Too bad there will be no recorded speed records here to prove any of that if somebody's going to be particularly fancy about this segment. The trick is not saying how long the segment is, yes. Yeah, no, and I agree with that. You shouldn't need to tell me. I think sometimes the pacing of a level is something that you should be able to reason your way towards by implication. Like, I think sometimes it actually is kind of a mark of decent level pacing and decent obstacle escalation, I guess, to have a very good predictive sense of when you are progressing near the end. And of course, sometimes levels just go on, and that's okay too, if they remain interesting. There we go. Yeah, just need to land very squarely on top of the round object. Down. Okay. Spin jump. I said spin jump right after to hit the button for the normal jump, because my eyes were kind of tracking the lower snowball, in fact. This is once again a kind of demonstration of why I think eye tracking would actually just be fantastic in a game like this. Fortunately, I don't have a good setup or really any kind of know-how whatsoever for streaming that kind of thing, but I actually think Mario Maker with some kind of eye tracking would be a fantastic idea. Yeah, but now I know what I'm heading down towards, that it's going to activate a snowball on the lower level, and a spring is going to send me up to the conveyor belt, and the next jump after that will be a spin jump on another series of small snowballs. So we have a rough idea of what to expect. Yeah, getting in position quickly for once. 30-second on and on speedrun, especially if you have a lot of on-off switches. We're just tapping on and on and on. Which oddly gives me flashbacks to Fiora in Xenoblade Chronicles, who I think after battle says something about going on and on and on. That's anyway, the voice line is just buried deep in my memory, and I think I'm correct about who says that and in what game, but memory works in strange ways. Okay, up we go. Should just jump over those hard blocks, but that's okay. Our position here isn't too bad. Gonna be synchronized to this guy anyway. Okay, no, I couldn't see. That's the issue there. Except that's fine, because if I continue to just spin on top of the snowballs there, or at least take it to a setting platform, I would have been able to kind of resynchronize my camera position. I was a bit ahead of my usual pace on the camera the whole way in that attempt anyway, because I had a really good landing on the platform immediately after the drop. But yeah, so no, I was just scrolling so far to the right that I just had a kind of bad read on what was coming. Particularly when I saw all those one-way panels facing me. Okay. There we go. Very rare occasion where I'll miss with that. Oddly enough, I think the drops down to the dry bones in Donkey Mint's Mount No Putfoot yesterday kind of prepared me for that segment mentally in terms of doing the drop down to an object that falls off screen. Like triggering an object like the small snowball and then having to do a bit of a curve and fall down towards it. It's something that we did in fact have a little bit of practice with in a totally different context. And then always kind of helps to add that to your repertoire when it comes to the things you remember your fingers doing in Mario Maker. I mean, I think that's mostly what we do when we develop a skill set in this game, right? Which is we just remember our hands doing such and such a thing at a different level and just add to that book and reapply it all the time. It's funny because this was actually such a brisk level when we were just doing the first segment, and now I feel like I've been on it for the better part of an hour, but you know what? We're making progress. And this stream is not really just about doing the clear, it's about seeing the content. Okay. There we go. Left. Oh, that's not what I expected. I didn't want to pick that up. And that was a mistake. Yeah, I... See, that was actually the ending, though. But... yeah, holding the dash button into that when I still had one snowball alive on the right side was a bad idea. Because I was trying to spin jump into that, but because I was carrying a snowball, things did not go as planned, which is why I did not get a high bounce off the big snowball. I probably shouldn't have been spin jumping off of that anyway, given that landing on a big snowball would have been just fine, except, you know, holding the object would have created a lot of complications in its own. Oh wow, the queue actually has kind of filled out. That's okay, we won't be spending too long on this, and the end is in sight. And we do have some long ones in there, particularly if we are doing the CP1 exit on the new revision of Secret of Keep, which we have featured many times in the puzzle streams that we do sometimes. Okay, I'm behind pace now with the camera, which is not the worst thing in the world, given that I now have a bit more visibility, perhaps, coming into this segment here. No, I do need spin jumps in order to get on the wall. But losing a bit of time there was actually fine when it comes to giving myself the time to inspect that properly, so that's okay. We now know that we do in fact need the spin jump on the lower snowball, because now we are planning ahead for the wall after that, to which we will need to chain a spin jump. Whoops. That's okay, all just a question of getting to read. And we'll get there, eventually. Up, up, up. And down, down, down. Some of these corners are actually getting a bit crisper. Yeah, I still think maybe I should just jump directly over to hard blocks instead of doing 2 jumps. And I should still be able to land safely on the lower platform and then get on a decent pace to jump on that snowball. That's going to be a blown attempt. So definitely some improvements we can be making here. Okay. And we'll just sit that one out. And that's alright. I think in terms of reading everything that needs to be done, there are no additional surprises we need to be preparing for. We do kind of understand the overall flow at this point. And it's just a matter of doing what I'm telling myself to do. Yep, jumping directly over to this platform is definitely correct. Okay. Bit of a weird correction on that jump over there. Okay, I was a bit late there in general because of missing the first high bounce on the spring. And despite the backspin on the snowball, that was definitely too far to the right by the time we made it over there to even consider doing the jump. Partly, of course, because we need to compensate for the fact that we will be doing a spin jump on top of that snowball, and we need to adjust the amount of horizontal coverage we're getting, we're expecting, rather, in order to match that. Down we go. Up we go. Starting to make the upper platform with a great deal more consistency, which is always nice to see. And that's a miss. And a 909 Tito, that is actually kind of a neat emote. I don't know whose that is, or if it's just part of the standard package. I never really play around with the standard Twitch emotes, so... And we still need to get some of the emotes revised on this channel as well, so... You know, people who are kind enough to sub actually get some kind of decent benefit. But yeah, a lot of that stuff needs updating on my side, eventually. All the meta stream content. Okay. Almost fell a bit to the right that time, but it's okay. There we go. Thank you for the vines under the pipe. That's very kind of you, and that's going to be a clear. Again, it's Buddha, and he's a GTA 5 roleplayer. Okay. I've never seen a GTA 5 roleplay stream. Actually, I know very little about GTA 5 in terms of the kind of long-term GTA online culture, so... Anyway, that was Christmas. We may be only slightly delayed, but, you know, that's what happens when you take a lot of extra time, like 3 months of extra time, to experience Christmas on hard mode, the way it was meant to be played. Christmas is saved, yes. 34 seconds, I know. Amazing. Mr. Greggy Spike, welcome. I'm just kind of taking a stab in the dark and expecting that we don't have anybody who's supposed to have sub privileges in the queue right now. We do technically rotate to sub next, but, you know, still getting this stream back on its feet. And there's going to be another Tito level. I am kind of dreading the precision that this may foretell, but That's okay, we made it through the last one with only a few minutes of trial and error. Precise jumps in low gravity, 0.11%. I have no expectation of finishing this, but we will try to give it a fair shot. 37 seconds of doing so in low gravity. Okay. We'll see, because the precision requirements earlier were pretty tough on us already. Oh boy. Okay, if we let up on the height of that jump a bit, that would not have been too bad. Maybe I'm a bit complacent about actually making the first jump on the first try, which is not expected. But it's okay, low gravity. We have some room for adjustment, perhaps, as long as we don't crash into every corner. I should pay attention to which tile I'm using as my takeoff point. And wow, I really was much too complacent about the first attempt. Now, whenever you're doing low gravity, I guess one of the things that you kind of have to keep in mind as a player is that just from lack of experience, it's very easy to just not have a good subjective sense of where your jumps are going to take you. Like, we don't have as much, as players, I think, just raw experience with predicting what the physics are going to be, and so that's naturally going to be pretty challenging in its own right. Okay. Hey, we actually got 1 coin. That's progression, which is, you know, unusual for something of this nature, but like I said, we'll give it a fair shot. Okay. Well, only 3 coins total in what is apparently a 40-second-ish level. And we did hit 1 coin already, so we have something that we can look back on proudly if nothing else comes together. Hugging the wall like that seems correct. Launching off the platform, we'll need to crank it a little further to the right, I think, before anything happens. I wonder if I do need a running start on the initial jump, in fact. Maybe I don't. But we'll just kind of play with this a bit more and see if we can find a better method. I'm letting up on a jump a bit early, but if I do not let up on that jump too early, I think maybe this is in fact just fine, but yeah. So no need to do that running start and introduce an additional variable of potential inaccuracy. This will be just fine. Okay, that's kind of just going to be a soft partial jump there. And then what is this all about? Okay. Maybe we just need to do that. Like, no, I had the right idea before in terms of trying to get a full thing of height. And actually, as far as precision goes, and I say that as someone who really generally doesn't like spike precision, I think this is actually has been pretty decent about giving you indications of what to aim towards in a way that certain tiles would give you a safe wall to fall towards, and then you would have the ceiling in that segment before the piranha plant, giving you a very clear idea of what kind of maximum height you should be aiming for. I told myself not to do the running jump, and that advice has gone unheeded. Okay, left we go. And once again, just have to give myself a bit more room down there. I do see a bit of a smiley face coming for me in the decoration in the bottom right. Oh, I see. That's where coin 3 is located, in fact. Oh, whoops. Too far to the right. But yeah, the idea is that I want to gain a full tile of height and kind of do a bit of a wraparound fall over the piranha plant. Let's not do the running jump. Let's start with our initial location. And yeah, there we go. I'm amazed that I can actually do that with some consistency. Nope. Let's not do a correction jump there. That was a bad idea. Safety of Man, it's been a long time. I'm glad you could finally catch one of the streams at this ungodly schedule. Safety of Man, last month we actually managed to stream all of Ori and the Will of the Wisps over a couple of nights, over 6 nights, I think. Because I know we were talking about that, and I think you had told me that you were playing it before I went on hiatus back in October. Yeah, Safety of Man, glad you could make it. And how did I like it? Oh, it was very enjoyable. I did not go for 100% simply because some of the minor collectible locations seemed like they would be a bit difficult to hunt for at the very end with the endgame sweep, but yeah, I thought it was actually a huge improvement on the first game in a number of respects. I mean, I liked Blind Forest well enough, but there were a few things about it that was definitely open to improvement, and I felt like the second game really understood that, even if most of the time the things that was changing were just directly cribbed from Hollow Knight. And very obviously so, in fact. You know, like the developers just played Hollow Knight and told themselves, okay, no, we should be doing this instead. And in most of those cases, they were right. So yeah, Safety of Man, hope you are also doing well on that. Everything has been keeping well on your side. Oh, hey, we actually made that. That's a surprise. Okay, so we actually did hit the 2 coins. And yeah, the movement and animation for sure. I mean, the first game had a lot of that as well, but the movement set comes together much faster in the second game, I think, in terms of how you get to the point where you can really navigate the map very smoothly. But no, it was a lot of the stuff with the kind of map design and collectibles and openness, etc., that I thought were much improved, and the escape sequences in particular, because I had some issues with the sudden death escape bosses in the first game, and I thought the second game was much more successful at getting that idea across in a way that would still be coherent with the overall design. But yeah, that was a very enjoyable experience. I don't know if you've been back in Mario Maker at all on your end, but it's been a huge pile of content for me to catch up on over here. And yeah, the kind of Zelda-style weapon switching in that game was also new to it compared to the first game. The first game just had a bit of a radial attack that was, you know, kind of inventive, but also rather basic. And it was a game that was very much not about combat. But the second one, you can tell that they built in things like the combat challenges, etc., to really show off what the new systems and weapon variety were able to do for you, so... Anyway. I had right approach earlier, just dashing to the left, but having a jump that's mostly straightforward. And you've been playing since you clocked out from work and enjoying some Grikowski's new stuff. Yeah, Grikowski actually recently got a capture card and started streaming some puzzle creation and puzzle levels as well. Very recently. He was here at the beginning of the stream earlier tonight, but I do run much too late for his purposes, so... So yeah, we've been trying to do some dedicated puzzle nights specifically to get through makers like Grikowski, who create things that sometimes have an unknown solution time attached to them. And yeah, he's a very brand new streamer at this point. I don't think he's even hit affiliate yet, but definitely worth a follow for people who are interested in puzzles. I'll even give him a shout out just for ease of access, even though he's not here right now to recognize the fact that he was last playing Jackbox. Okay, Nintendo. I mean, this is 0.11%. As you know, I'm not good at this stuff, but I am progressing through it, and I did manage to get 2 coins, which is way better than I expected out of a level in this style. So, even if I do have to tap out rather quickly, I do thank you for that. Yeah, honestly, like, you know, as I was saying, even as somebody who generally doesn't like precision, I feel like this level has been comparatively kind to me, at least so far. Maybe some of the drops later on, or gaps like this one right here, are not going to be so kind, but I feel like we did do something reasonable here. But we'll see. I'm glad I can actually make the first coin consistently. Like, doing anything consistently in a precision level is not really what I expect to be able to do much of the time, but it's okay. But yeah, this block over here is very conveniently color-coded block. Has been doing wonders. And I see that this is actually just taking advantage of how the ground blocks get tiled in this style. In terms of those, you know, 1 block wide segments having a different coloration. Like, I do think those are pretty delicately placed. In terms of being visually clear, even if they are kind of mostly there to be 1-tile safe zones. And Safety, you also replayed all of Solar Horse's World. Yeah, that is one that I think has been quite memorable, especially aesthetically. For those of you who were not around on a stream last year, so Solar Horse's Super World is a traditional world, but one with really quite startling aesthetics, where, you know, most of the visual themes in Mario Maker were reimagined in such a way that you would have like a microchip circuit board world, and you would have a wine glass world where you would, you know, fight Roy on top of a bunch of martini glasses. Like, it was really quite stunning to look at, in terms of squeezing every drop it could out of the visual palette of what Mario Maker would offer. So that was a very memorable experience, you know, particularly by the standards of traditional worlds. And that was one of the last big Super Worlds that I ran on this stream, in fact, before I had to be off for a few months. Also a very approachable one, too. It's been a while since I've seen something quite like that, but I also have not been playing traditional Super Worlds in quite a long time now, so... But yeah, definitely one to remember. And definitely the kind of thing, too, that I think is a very approachable recommendation for people who are relatively new to Mario Maker. I mean, that's not going to be the people in this stream. Most of you are old veterans. But I think often, you know, when people are just kind of dipping their toes into Mario Maker for the first time, it's very easy to be intimidated by the amount of stuff that has become, I guess, codified into community convention in terms of genres being very well established. Like, Precision does this, and Kaizo does that, and Trolls do that, and so on. But, you know, usually the first thing they'll think to themselves is, okay, I kind of want something that feels like Mario, and is kind of traditional, but is also imaginative. And that was one Super World that really did fit the bill. Okay, I think this will probably be my last attempt at this jump here. I feel reasonably satisfied that we could get over to 2 coins consistently. I will look at the title screen to see how far we are, but I don't think I understand this jump yet. But I will put a like on it because it is, I think, above what I usually get out of the experience of a precision level, and I think that's kind of important to recognize. So we were through 1/3, actually. We had a long way to go. Long, long way to go, and I can see why it's 0.11%. But, yeah, I don't think I really understand how to do that segment after coin 2 with any degree of consistency, so just judging by my own ability to progress, I think that's a good place to stop. But I do think what we've seen so far was relatively promising. Let's see who cleared it. And, yeah, Tito, I mean, you probably know Cats, actually. You should send us to Cats, because like, Cats is somebody who, for some inexplicable reason, actually likes precision and would be able to show off more of the level. Cats4, I think, is the Twitch handle. Safety, do I have any other super worlds of similar difficulty that I'd recommend? I feel like I have to get back to you on that. I feel like the answer is yes, but that I have to look some things up to double check that the clear rates are what I remember them to be. And also just look up some codes to remember that. Thank you for that, Tito. And Supernova, you said you may be a veteran, but you haven't always not made garbage. I, for one, am kind of satisfied that my garbage is kind of safely buried in Maker 1 for the most part. Anyway, let's pull up your code over here. I believe this is just your Maker code because I do remember that it had GDQ in it. So if you have a particular recommendation, that would be great. I know, actually, Supernova, you were telling me about the... I haven't played most of this, actually. I know you were telling me about the... what is it? Bowser Jr. Boomsday level. I haven't caught up on this stuff in a long time, in fact. Midnight Midders is probably too hard. Weren't you just telling me about this one yesterday, for some reason? And yeah, Safety of Man, going back to older levels and having that impression is, I think, a very normal experience. Defeat a Kraken, that sounds interesting. Boomsday Machine, yeah, let's do Boomsday Machine, for sure. Your personal celebration level for Maker 2's birthday. And, yeah, we'll see what kind of memories this dredges up from Galaxy 2. Also, I can see how much you were trying to cram into the rather tight 32-character title limit. Always a bit of a challenge when you want to say something interesting. Bone shells are going to be inaccessible. That's okay, they're just there to threaten us. This bone shell is going to be accessible, and then we'll need it for some purpose up top, but I want to see what's up here first. There we go. Okay, we've been rewarded. And yeah, that's just going to be jump from one bone shell to the next. And yeah, Safety of Man, go ahead and leave a suggestion if you have something you would like to see on the stream. This is 9 months old. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. I mean, I guess there were humans born today that were not yet conceived when this course was out, so. among other things that happened in the course of 9 months. I don't know, 9 months ago... Well, actually, no, that was still within the pandemic, and so, you know, I think there's been this general sense of stasis. And, Sean the Clown. Shaun the Clown? Show and the Clown. Thank you for the ultimate troll puzzle level. And we'll see if we can get to that. I may have to close the queue earlier than usual tonight, as I was saying. But we'll see if we can get through everybody. Safety of man, walking the dog. That wouldn't happen to be... Do you remember who that's by? Because I might have played that. Because that's... I mean, there are a number of Chomp levels that refer to walking the dog, but that sounds like a Goku D level for some reason. I don't know why that was my first guess, but... Guide of Koopa Clown Car. Okay, maybe not then, because I'm thinking of a Chomp level, so maybe this is something completely different. And, oh, like a Lincoln Clown Car concept. Yeah. Anyway, here's a key. Here's a key door. We'll bop this, of course. Nope. And yeah, okay, so activate this, and that pops a muncher up, and then that prevents the shell from hitting the on-off switch. Pop that again, and oh, I see, it's based on timing. So we need to let this shell hit the on-off switch, and that's fine. I wish I could comment more on how this you know, acts as a tribute to Maker 1. Yeah, definitely one spot where you do not personally want to get dunked by trying to re-enter the shell for some inexplicable reason. No reason to do that, but... Let me think about this for a moment. Okay, so... Oh yeah, no, you can hop on fire. Interesting that the firing direction is actually relatively controlled here. Nope. Oh, hey, soft retry, wonderful. Anyway, let's actually get the pipe within visual range so we can get a respawn on the shell. That would be kind of important. And yeah, definitely, with all the walls and the way the diagonals sit over the semi-solid. Lots to look at here. For sure. There we go. No, let's let the guy revive. Come up here. And yeah, key is the next thing. I think coins are not relevant to us yet, but let's just kind of keep that in mind for a segment further up where they will be. Could have used a one-way. Nah, that's okay. Okay, let's actually do this properly. Wait for the shell to fire. Raise the gate. Pop this guy. And oh, I see. Yeah, you're talking about this spot here using one way for sure, but that's okay. Very minor consideration. It's just one of those things that could catch you out if you play like a playtester, basically, not like a human who actually wants to win. Okay. This time, let's actually raise the camera. Oh no, the shell needs to break first, okay. Hang on. I like how decently accurate the P markers actually are, despite the potential chaos of the firing pattern. you know, they're never going to be completely accurate. Also, the fact that whether you kept the shell or not to go through the one-way panel, you're going to be safe. Oh, nope. Let's not do that. Saw the shell, thought I'd just jump in, and then, you know, when I was mid-air in that jump, I realized what I had done to myself. Okay. And hey, K2 Hegemon. Were we just saying something about K2 earlier tonight? Not you, like the mountain. Oh, because somebody had commented about like how you and K2 has checkpoints, and that's because K2 doesn't have a clear condition. Everest, I'm not so sure about. Everest may have a clear condition. Don't know if, you know, I think it was 2 summers ago before pandemic conditions, there really was quite a lot of coverage of how congested the summit of Mount Everest had become, to the point that people were literally dying in the single file queue to get on the summit. Like, they would be within sight of the top of Mount Everest, and they would die to having to wait behind all the other people who are within sight of the summit of Mount Everest. And yeah, there were like about 8 or 10 people who died on Everest under those conditions, and, you know, that I think has actually been alleviated by the pandemic, just in terms of, I would imagine that not as many people managed to travel to Everest and pack together under those conditions. Okay. No, let's kind of actually hit that half tile. On the stump. Oh, nice little stump activation here. Of course, we're going to stomp that just to treat it like bubble wrap. And is the P-switch remaining active going to be relevant to us? No, except for gating us off from that for some reason. That we need to not break that. Just checking. I know that this is probably well tested, but we'll do that anyway. Okay. Okay, up we go, and is this where the pink coins will finally be relevant? I guess we'll find out. Very decent, subtle principle of sort of slightly non-linear design. Okay, not pink coins, but here we have the key. When it comes to kind of exploratory design, where you're going to have some backtracking back and forth, kind of a principle of classic adventure games to make sure you show off the lock before you show off the key. Okay, that was a bit of a blind fall, but I guess I should have known that from being down in that segment earlier. No, K2, we were actually just talking earlier today about a level that I had played on stream last night that was a mountain climbing level with a clear condition end. So Supernova, as well as Mang, had left some artwork on the mountain. And other people, I think, had some grumbling about the lack of a checkpoint on the mountain, but, you know, it was a don't touch the ground clear condition level, and actually a very good one. And therefore, no checkpoint. So yeah, no, I don't actually have any particular opinion about whether real-world mountains have checkpoints, but I think the people who, you know, died on Mount Everest at the summit could really have used a respawn point there, insofar as that would have been possible under real-world conditions. You can just imagine some poor fellow, you know, freezing up at the Everest summit after he's already gone that far and thinking to himself, man, this really needed a checkpoint. This was fun, but this really needed a checkpoint, as well as a Z marker, you know, to denote the spot where you need to needed to spin jump out of an avalanche. In case that wasn't clear. Okay, up we go again. Back to this segment. Let's not get shot in the face while we are trying to get in that shell. Big yay for the 10 coin. That's a very satisfying interaction, but I think stomping on the stumps in general, be it with the bone shell or with Link, tends to be very satisfying. Okay, go ahead and grab a second one up for Endless after the one in the opening section that we saw earlier. I mean, Supernova, I know that you kind of design sometimes with Endless players in mind, perhaps, and that the one-ups here may in fact total 3, who knows? No, burners, okay. I should have just grabbed the key and gone. Oh, I guess keeping the cannon relatively off-camera does kind of act as a safety point as well. And there we go. Okay, so there is a coin under there, and at the moment, I don't see it as particularly accessible, but we'll have to think about this. It might just be, well, something to trick us out, but let's poke around up here. Oh, something with a bone shell up there. Oh, I see, just for the gate to get through the red pipe. Didn't look like this was accessible at all. Oh, yes it is, okay. Right, because here it's a little bit of a trick with the semi-solid. You can look at this gap here. So this is actually the top of a semi-solid here on the bottom row. Very delicately disguised. The kind of thing you see in spot the difference levels, in fact. Okay. And yeah, it's just going to be the one coin in this segment here, so nothing yet, except we see the key. That's going to drop us on top of a bone shell, whether we are wearing a bone shell or not. Right side is going to do the same thing. 2 key doors. Okay, interesting. And hey, Terminator, welcome. Terminator, I think you're actually the only sub in queue today, so you will in fact be next. With commiserations to whoever previously thought they would be next. I will probably be closing the queue fairly soon, since I do not intend to run as long as usual today. Hang on, let's actually pay attention to the fight here. Need a good sequence of jumps over fire and cannonballs, and the fire will sometimes not be cooperative, but having a respawning bone shell is just going to assist us a bit on that score. Okay. Oh, need to hit the stump. And then take damage there, and then do this over. Okay. Cool fight. Don't even mind the respawning bone shell at all, because you do kind of need to work for it in a way, and it does reset you to the beginning of the actual meat of the challenge. It's not like anything gets cheesed by it. It's just a good way to mitigate damage and make the challenge about the ascent rather than about the dodging element of these projectiles, rather. So. And I can appreciate difficulty tuning like that when it comes to, you know, having a very focused idea of what this boss is going to be about. That the boss is not going to be about not taking damage, the boss is going to be about being able to make jumps and make the climb. I was hoping for an additional cannonball in that cycle, and that was not the case. Come on, Junior, give me something to work with here. There we go. And yeah, I see the boo placement is there to kind of give you that reset as well. And, oh, Nope, got shot in the face. I was still adjusting to the fact that the panel had kind of contracted on me there in terms of the blue blocks locking me in. I wonder if it's possible there for the blue blocks to be locking you out, but I would assume that that's been fairly rigorously checked. And yeah, just to keep things reasonable, I will be closing the queue fairly soon, so going to be last call. Because we have some long levels in the queue today. And I know they are long because there are some that I've seen before, or some where I've seen them in earlier versions, so... And... okay. That's gonna be a ding-dong. Let's... whoop. Not get too frightened by the cannonball that has already been basically killed. Oops. And let's wait for the next bone shell, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Nope, next bone shell. After the crash. And so yeah, when you are kind of trying to reclaim the bone shell at the bottom, there is going to be a certain element of risk there. And so it's not going to be a completely harmless level by any means, but there's a very clear separation of what you kind of need to work for under a certain lethal threat in terms of reclaiming the power-up versus what you are using the power-up for. So and these are just the kind of things I think about when it comes to, you know, dispensing items in the context of a boss fight in terms of how generous you're going to be to the player. And yeah, man, thanks for that submission. I will hopefully be able to get through level creme. I think at this point I will definitely be closing the queue. We might still be here for another 2-3 hours despite that, but you know, maybe things will not be that out of control, so let's close up. Let's mark the stream accordingly so people don't come in with even more disappointment than usual. Of course, part of that's just on me for taking particularly long with some things like the hard modes earlier. Oh yeah, I know I've got this. I'm just making sure I keep the time management under control so I can, you know, not feel like I have to rush through some of the more elaborate levels we see later. And Safety of Man, yeah, the platforms with the number of seconds before they fall, yeah, I do remember what you are talking about there. It's interesting, though, with the Reznor, just how many levels I've seen that try to emulate Reznor using just piranha plants on rotating platforms. Like, I've seen a lot of people try to port Reznor into their Super Mario World castles. And, you know, if Super Mario World Castles actually played music by Trent Reznor, you would probably have much less copyright trouble than what they get you into already. Let's, there we go. Yeah, they are great. Same with, well, a lot of the Super Mario World enemies, in fact, like Dino Rhino and Rex and so on. When did I last see Dino Rhino? Dino Rhino, I think, was actually in the recent Paper Mario games, and I was very delighted to see Dino Rhino make a comeback. I think it was in Paper Mario. As much as people complain about, you know, Paper Mario kind of refocusing on some of the enemy set that was already present in Mario. Oh, look at that. Look at that. This is cool. Yeah, as much as people kind of complain about that, it actually has done quite a lot to bring back some of the minor Mario enemies just to... are we going to get squashed? No, we're not. We just need to watch the track. Okay. Yeah, just to, you know, make use of some of the underrated elements of the existing existing enemy set, rather. Okay. Now we need to get in here, then we hit the POW. And we hit the POW. And then I get in through the door, unless there's a key door that we've forgotten about. No, let's get through this door, because otherwise I won't have the opportunity to come up here, given that Junior has been eradicated. And yeah, there we go. Whoops. Oh, hey, how come we're slightly out of position on this door? That's not what I expected. Okay. Maybe I need to go into this segment here. Making this thing mobile was the hardest part. Oh, in terms of being able to unload everything onto the track. Yeah, this is going to be a too low position. Okay, fine. I guess we're taking a risk. I guess I could have just gone under, given that everything was elevated on the track. But... safety of man, if you're asking yourself that question, have you previously played a 3D World? Actually, the first thing I streamed when I got back to streaming was Bowser's Fury. Safety of man, you must play 3D World. Although I guess the other question is whether you have played Galaxy. Because Galaxy is also essential. But 3D World is magnificent. In ways that... I was very happy to revisit it, in fact. I did originally play it on Wii U, but I didn't own my copy. I was kind of a co-op partner. And we played through 100% of that thing on co-op, originally. But I was very happy to go back to it on Switch recently. As well as see the new Bowser's Fury content, which is, you know, kind of like a half-size Mario game in its own right. Yeah, safety of men, I mean, you can always just, you know, cut a couple meals or something and get them both and keep them. Or just, you know, sell off some other thing that would be able to cover the difference. You thought that wasn't possible since you centered that particular blaster between two blocks. I'm trying to think about which blaster you're talking about and which incident you're talking about. That's okay. I tend to break things in ways that nobody else does, and that's just how I play, and I expect that. I don't even blame the levels too much for that, simply because these aren't even breaks that come from technique, but just from trying stuff, I guess. Anyway, really like how the sort of multiple hit setup is done here. Very Nintendo-style boss trope in a way, where, you know, you cycle through the same thing about 3 times, and then the 3rd time you have a bit of an escalation, a bit of a change in circumstance. And so yeah, the sort of mobile release here, where everything gets loaded, is really quite fun to look at. Anyway, very cool boss. Even if we didn't really have an exit strategy coming out of it afterwards. Okay, let's grab another bone shell. And we'll just wait for an appropriate cycle to get up top for once. That's not going to be it. Okay. That's not going to be it either. Yeah, we really do need a bit more strategic positioning relative to Bowser Fire. Because you can kind of control Bowser's firing direction in the same way that you can with Piranha Plants, I think, in terms of having him aim for you. I don't think it works the same way as the Piranha Plant pattern, but I'm not positive on that score. Whoops. But you see, Safety of Men, you know, in terms of not owning a Wii U, right? Like, I mean, the kind of strategy that they have is very much for people in your position, where the Wii U had a deeply underrated catalog. And, you know, stuff like Tropical Freeze and 3D World really does deserve to be, you know, kind of appreciated outside of the context of its original system. I feel it was kind of like that with the GameCube to Wii transition as well, with the Wii originally providing backward compatibility. And with a very similar situation with that dual release of Twilight Princess. That, I mean, it was very clear to me, even at the time of the GameCube, that, you know, much of its catalog would be remembered well in the long term as hidden gems of the era or lesser played games of the era. Like, that much of the GameCube would be beloved, and I think time has definitely shown that to be the case. And I think it's going to be like that with the Wii U as well. Just particularly as a platformer player. As a platformer player on the Wii U, I was just having the time of my life. Like, you'd have just one great platformer after another. Oh, whoops. There we go. Stalling for survival was perhaps only going to last me so long. And yeah, Biggie Swells, I definitely understand that sentiment when it comes to the original titles, that in some ways, pound for pound, the Wii U library of original Nintendo games was stronger in some respects. I thought Yoshi's Woolly World, for instance, was quite a bit better than Crafted World on the Switch. And Woolly World is another game that I think actually deserves a wider audience, and which has not been ported, although it was kind of given a bit of a downport to the 3DS, if I recall. I was really quite surprised at how good Yoshi's Woolly World on the Wii U turned out to be. And, you know, you can just complain endlessly about the Yoshi series never quite going back to the heights of Yoshi's Island, or you could just play Woolly World and see that there's actually been quite a lot of life in that series from time to time. But yeah, you know, Wii U was just 2D platformer heaven for a good long stretch there. Like, it was probably the best 2D platformer system since the Super Nintendo, in fact. And I'm actually not that attached to N64 era Rare, but the N64 was kind of the era of Nintendo that I was most detached from. And yeah, I think I spent a lot of those years, like, you know, when everybody was kind of picking up their N64 and PS1 and so on, I was very much a PC player at the time. And it was just an amazing time to be a PC player, right? Where, like, the LucasArts Adventures were very much still in their prime, and RTS was really in its prime. And, you know, sim games were just an extremely vibrant field, and, you know, just wonderful time to be on PC. And you know, I think there were a lot of things that were not well served by the early jump into 3D. One of them being just a complete disappearance of 2D platformers from the scene for just a very long time. And yeah, no, I definitely remember the kind of Sierra and LucasArts rivalry when it comes to design. Very different kind of approach to puzzle logic in some ways. especially in terms of how to handle things like death. How did I miss 2 optional coins on the way here? I missed a lot of stuff, actually. And I see, yeah, one is over there leading to the other key door. Okay. Oh, cool ending. Bit of a last-minute survival segment that we're just going to fail abjectly. And yeah, it was something that the LucasArts designers, of course, had. Nice of you to put a little bit of a checkpoint right before the ending tag, actually, just to spend the second checkpoint somewhere. The worst decision of your life, Mang, was throwing your DSi against a wall, which I guess kind of explains why so many Mang levels have padded walls. Oh, whoops. But yeah, there's quite a lot of the sort of early LucasArts design documents where, you know, people like Ron Gilbert would be writing entire manifestos about how they were trying to get away from the Sierra school of handling puzzle death. And there is, I think, in some ways a great affinity between, you know, point and clicks and puzzle design in Mario Maker as well. Like, you know, the biggest well is like, as a puzzle level designer, I'm not surprised that you had an adventure game background in your own right. Now, what am I even doing here? I had a P-switch activation earlier. I'm standing on top of the axe that requires another P-switch. And I do understand what you mean in terms of having like this very free form sense of what the available adventure verbs would be in terms of what you could possibly interact with. So. Once every now and then, as in once every few years, I actually do catch up with what's going on with text adventures, what they now call interactive fiction, because there have been some old holdouts from the old text adventure era that just never lost interest in the form, even when all the players just kind of left for more graphical pastures. And there's actually a lot of stuff going on in that space. Oh, I see. Yeah, you know, why didn't we just do that to begin with? Huh. This was obviously the thing to do, but that's okay. We've obstructed ourselves from making that final escape. Anyway, we did not see the bonus door, but I guess I wasn't really paying attention to the pink coins, having expected them to all come in one segment or something. Regardless, that was Bowser Jr.'s Boomsday Machine. We're going to mark that as a win, and we're going to go to the one sub next of today, which is going to be Terminator. And this is also a long level, and I know because I crashed against it previously. So those of you still in the list, thank you for holding out with the fullness. Oh, Nukukaza's actually here. Okay, I totally forgot that Nukukaza got the gift sub last week. Okay, no, we have 2 subs to get through, and so we'll do it in that order. Sub next, next, sub next. Yeah, sorry, Nukukaza. I hope I didn't actually miss the sub next turn for you earlier. I don't think I did. We need to wait for Nukukaza to check in, of course, to see what kind of one-tile precision lies in store. I believe you are, in fact, here. Yep. So yeah, it's going to be Nukukaza, and then we have one more sub after that. No, I don't know how it had slipped my mind that we actually do, in fact, have subscribers in queue for a change. Ah, yes. Yes, I remember this. Yeah, it was quite a while ago that I saw this, but yeah, this was the one that was describing as, this was a level from September. And it was the one that I had described as an ecological parable about, you know, tossing all of your microplastics in the ocean and obstructing Mario's path to the goal. I used to know how to do the first half or so of this. This was a while ago, so it might take a little bit of recovery before we fully understand it, but did we even take the P-Balloon the first time I played this? I don't know if I did. No, that's just deceptive. We just need to bump our head against everything along the way. No, but I actually did figure out a surprising amount of this, I recall. That there is, you know, a little bit of diversion here and there, but there was actually a visible path that was quite delicately designed. Ah, yes. Tap the block and then grab the P-Balloon. Okay. We may be in business now that we can actually tap stuff on the side. One-way panel obstructing that guy over here. This is just going to lower the trampoline, and why would we possibly want to do that? I don't know. Because bumping the block is going to raise the trampoline, it's going to go up, and we should be able to go under. Yes. Right idea, we just need to be a bit more delicate about not hitting the muncher. Okay. I do not know much of this from memory. I am just kind of blundering through it, but there are a couple of things we can just kind of reconstruct from inference. But yeah, I definitely remember crashing against this, and I see that after all this time, since September, there are still only 3 clears on this whole thing, which is a testament to the patience of whoever tried it. And yeah, man, this is a work of art. And no, I do remember thinking, being about maybe 5 coins in out of 10 the last time I tried this, that there was a surprising amount of stuff here that was actually decent design. Like, I was supposed to, I think, go through the middle here to the right side. Because that would allow me... Yeah, I was supposed to go to the right, because then I could drop under the donut block and then kind of weave my way against the goalpost wall. How long did it take the maker to clear this? Terminator, you have to remember not to underestimate just what a P-Balloon expert Duka-Kaza really is. Like, I don't think I've met anybody ever who loves the P-Balloon as much as Duka-Kaza loves the P-Balloon, and so I don't think it actually took the maker that much time. Several hours, which, you know, I think if our resident P-Balloon specialist is taking several hours with this, then that tells you just how far this experience can go. But I do kind of remember that I got up to coin 5 or something like that, though. Like, I actually did make a reasonable amount of progress. But yeah, this level is going to be a project. I'm thinking that we'll just have to eventually, like, really make a deep run in this, you know, separately, but... Okay, we do need to kind of get around. And I say that as somebody who doesn't like precision. That there actually is, like, a surprising amount of level design in this thing. I mean, it may just be, you know, the Stockholm Syndrome talking after you have been crashing against this for long enough, but... The red cannonball trick on the right is tough. The red cannonball trick, do I... Oh yes, the red cannonball, okay. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I do remember getting at least above the goalpost. Okay. Yeah, bumping against a donut block might be helpful here, because then we can kind of do a slow rotation. And it taps the coin as I rotate. There we go. There we go. You see, that's not so bad. And then against a donut block, there we go. Now, we do have a time segment up ahead when it comes to the fire bar. Let's just hug the wall for a moment so we can accurately head up. Yeah, and I remember... Oh yeah, this is a one-way panel, that's why. So we do kind of need to do a bit of a loop to the left. Yeah, and then we need to kind of dodge the fire bar like this. Okay, there we go. Progress. It's okay, 400 seconds. We have all the time in the world. Now, I think I might actually want to get pushed by that block, don't I? Let me just inspect this carefully here. No, I don't want to get pushed by that block because it will drag me to the right. That's something we'll have to keep in mind. I do remember getting past Cheep Cheep here. But, poor Cheep Cheep is like one of the last surviving life forms in this entire thing, other than the winged Cheep Cheep that is over to the right side and presenting a special threat of its own. I guess it depends on whether you consider munchers to be living things, or even those urchins that are acting as spike blocks. But yeah, poor Cheep Cheep's just getting, you know, suffocated under his ecological disaster. Whoops. I'm not sure if munchers are biological. I mean, they're kind of plant-like objects, so it feels like they must be, but at the same time, like, they've just got the hardest carapaces of anything in the game, and just take priority over everything when it comes to collision, so you kind of have to wonder. This is actually just a game of Where's a Waldo? Or depending on your region, Where's a Wally? Because it was originally Where's a Wally in the UK. And, oops. I actually don't know why they changed Where's a Waldo, Where's a Wally to Where's a Waldo when it was localized for the United States and other regions. There's some kind of story behind it, I'm sure. Where's a Wally, as in, yeah, Pixar Wally. It's kind of funny, Safety of Man, that you mention Pixar Wall-E, because we were just saying about this parable of ecological disaster. I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? This is exactly what you need to be cleaned up. And I had to pause for a moment, Nukaza, to kind of see how serious you might be about the prospect of a hidden key door. But anyway, very clear that I'm not going to get very far with this today, but I would like to progress at least as far as coin 3 under the Cheep Cheep, let's say. That's going to be my milestone. And yeah, I do remember thinking that given a reasonable time investment, this could in fact be mastered. It's just some of the moving parts in later obstacles, like, as you said, the red cannonball and the winged Cheep Cheep in the bottom right, that get kind of concerning, but other timed obstacles, such as the fire bars, are not that big a threat. Okay, I might be a bit slow this time, but no, we got it. Just have to hug the walls as we go. Hug the walls and then kind of spin to compensate. Nope, no. Ah, okay, no, we don't want to hug that so far down. We want to hug the top side because of the contact that we're making with the jump block. So, that's something we need to keep in mind. Still don't really have a consistent method for this guy here. Okay. I feel like this could be improved. Yeah, hug the opposite wall, as you were saying. Yeah, we need to use this as a rotational mechanism somehow. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just do this? Like, go down here, hug this, and then go up. That was actually clearly the implication there, and I just never followed it to its logical conclusion. Okay. There we go. Okay, bump, right, down. See? Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, and then we hug the question block. And we'll wait for an appropriate cycle to get through there without bumping any of this stuff. There we go. Okay, cannonball. And then you have the lower block there, and then you have the Cheep Cheep. Let's see how this is going to go with the Cheep Cheep. Don't know if I remember how to hit this safely. Okay, there we go. Hit that safely. I think I don't really want to bump this in a way that will give me a deflection, because that will cause trouble with the Muncher, won't it? Or rather, I want to do like maybe a half tile here, because then I back up against the ice block. Yeah. Oh, except it... Okay. I'd forgotten that it's going to raise the cannon. Or rather, didn't observe that it's going to raise the cannon. But anyway, the next thing over here will just be getting over here, bumping this block, and then taking the twister up to the star. To the vicinity of the star. Okay, so we did get past 3 coins. Oh yeah, sorry, Electro Dude, that's... If we finish ahead of schedule, maybe I'll reopen, but the issue is that today I may want to try and finish earlier than usual. Given the size of the queue, I'll probably just wind up writing... wind up continuing all the way to about the 5-hour mark anyway, given how many long levels we have from people today, but... I actually do have a scheduling reason why I cannot go for quite as long as I normally do today. Anyway, let's actually try to use this method. Go down here, readjust. There we go, much better. And yeah, I mean, that's what happens when, you know, you kind of have my policy with time limits, which is I'll move on from your level when I want to move on from your level. Sometimes sooner, if things are long, but... I mean, one of the reasons, of course, that I don't set timers, and why, like, as makers, you don't want me to set a timer on the levels, because I will sometimes blow enough attempts on just trying stuff and poking around and taking very needless deaths just for the purpose of experimentation or just out of carelessness. That I think if I, you know, decided to say 15 minutes per level and no greater. First of all, we wouldn't see stuff that is quite as spectacular, and secondly, we would all have good reason to feel shortchanged, so... Will I get to all the levels in the queue tonight? Dachshund, I usually do. I know that because we're also pulling another sub ahead of you, that it might be a bit of a long wait. And I'll try to speed things up a little bit, given that we're clearly not finishing this level. We're not going to beat it. So given the size of the queue, I will probably not do as much like bonus paths and optional content as I had been doing earlier in the day. I usually get through everybody in the queue. Actually, no, truth be told, I always get through everyone in the queue, but I don't like disclosing that in case it sounds like I'm making a promise. I say quite often, okay, I don't really know if we can get through everybody in the queue tonight because emergencies do happen, scheduling conflicts do happen, I sometimes have to leave, etc. But somehow, miraculously, I always do get through everybody in the queue. I just won't promise that. But we try to make it happen. But yeah, thank you for your patience, Dawson. And definitely looking forward to what you have prepared for us today. Whoops, no, too far left. And Greggy Spike, I'm glad you think I am passable at the game, but sometimes, you know, one of the reasons we take long enough, or rather take too long on some of this stuff is because we do many silly things that other streamers may not. But that's okay, that just comes with the territory. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna see... I did get to the cheap coin 3 earlier. If I can get over to coin 3 again and then make a decent attempt at the stuff that comes afterwards, I think that's the point at which we will call it for today. But definitely Nukukaza, I don't mind revisiting this from time to time as a long-term project. And it very clearly is a long-term project. And yeah, one of the reasons that I generally, as I've told a lot of people here, one of the reasons I generally don't really like playing spike precision levels very much on this stream is that from a design perspective, usually there's not much to talk about, right? Like you either hit the spike or you don't hit the spike. In those, like, you know, comparatively plain levels where you're dodging hitboxes. But we've actually received good precision stuff today. Like, we received one from Tito earlier that actually did have some decent stuff going on in terms of spacing and thinking about how to signal its safety zones, etc., even if it was like very conventional precision. And then we have this thing here, this monstrosity, this you know, wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald that we have before us. This you know, artifact of the Anthropocene, as they call it. When the evidence of human-created plastic waste has left a permanent trail of evidence in geological strata that will be detectable for aeons to come. Like, when we see stuff like this, you know, there's actually something to talk about when it comes to level design, and because there is, like, lots and lots of level design going on, and it's very evident the more you play and the further you get into it. Even if it does look like a level that has already been compacted by Wall-E already, where, like, it's already kind of taken all the tiles in Mario Maker and packed them into a cube. A rectangle, I guess, but, you know, maybe the left side is a bit of a cube. And there we go, yeah. And you see that, yeah, that safety of man is just the natural consequence of whoever was building things in the Mushroom Kingdom, switching from bricks to plasticky yellow blocks. They just didn't consider the carbon footprint at the time, you know? And the impact on the aquatic wildlife. Okay, gonna do the half-tile thing here. But then we have to do it immediately after the cannon has fired so we don't get caught by a second shot of the cannon. There we go. I forgot to grab the coin. this game. Maybe we can kind of peek up towards the coin and loop back down. Whoop. Hey, we actually got it. That was an unexpected success. Oh, Twister's gonna move. That's not great. Yeah, actually, no, we wanted the Twister to be on the right side, so we don't ride up the Twister. We get the Twister out of the way, and then we move up towards the Icicle, and then we progress from there. Okay. I think... Let me take a look at the placement of Coin 4. Coin 4 is quite a bit deeper. It's in the top left. You can't quite see it on the screen, because where you see 0 out of 10 on the clear condition indicator is actually where Coin 4 is buried. So you can kind of see that under the UI element. Which tells you, of course, this level is packed to the point that the user interface actually obstructs some fairly critical stuff, but we're clearly not getting to Coin 4 today. I feel like we've made a reasonable amount of progress in terms of recovering our position. But someday we may in fact chip away at a bit more of this. Thank you for sending us that once again Nuku Kaza after several months in which the needle hasn't really moved on the number of clears. Who cleared this? Antinode. I think I know who that is. Maybe. Another P-Balloon Master. Don't know the how the French have been handling this though. Okay, let's mark that as a win. It's going to be next. No, that's not a win. What am I talking about? That's a moral win. That's a moral victory. Nice try. No, that's a loss. Never mind. That's okay. The statistics don't actually matter because I don't do the win-loss thing in the Warp World bar. It's a new record. What I meant to say was that's next. And then it's going to be sub-next, and then it's going to be next all the way down the line. I believe that's the case. That's, yeah, Terminator is the only other active sub in there right now. Okay, Biggie Swalls. Since we've seen this level in multiple iterations many times before, and because it is very long, depending on how that checkpoint setup is now working with the POW block at CP2 in terms of like how much of a reset it's going to cause, I may not be spending as much time on this one, although First Clear is available, so we may grab that once again. Like, if I get trapped past CP2 after the POW block, I may not do that many resets on the whole level to get the CP1 exit. To explain this to people who have not seen this before, we've playtested this in multiple versions over the past few weeks, and it's a level that is quite unique in that it has a different puzzle exit depending on whether you are clearing from the start or clearing from checkpoint 1 or checkpoint 2. And that the sort of, you know, bomb detonations control the gating of the level in such a way that each of the respawn points is a different experience. So we previously solved the CP2 and the CP0 exits in earlier versions of this level, but we never actually solved a CP1 puzzle, and part of that was because we didn't understand the signaling of a particular clue in the older versions, which apparently has been revised for this one. So we'll be trying to take a look at that. But we've been playing this one basically week to week on the puzzle streams, and so, you know, I'll be doing some stuff here that looks possibly incomprehensible because I'm just going to be walking through the parts of the solution we have seen. But our main objective here will be to try to get the exit that is from CP1, and if we get locked past the checkpoint to respawn from CP2, then we will probably just, you know, try to stamp the clear on this and move on. But yeah, this is a fun level. Big Ace Walls, as you can probably tell, is a Mario Maker 1 veteran. There's a lot of stuff here, despite the Maker 2 mechanics, such as the on-off blocks, that really does feel like Maker 1 in terms of layout. And maybe some of it is because the puzzle meta has moved so dramatically towards like very compact concepts like one-screens and such, but there's something about the feel of this level that I've always thought was very Maker 1 style in many ways, even if so many of the gating mechanisms were not originally possible. The CP1 exit should be clearer now, yeah. We'll go for it and try to go for that clue. Whoops, lost a mushroom, that's okay. We'll be getting the cape in a moment anyhow. I was the only one to ever see the CP1 clue, okay. I mean, I didn't technically see it, but I know what you mean. Oh, we got fire, never mind. I have to retrace my steps with some of this stuff. Okay, now we do the Cape Flight segment, which is usually the sticking point. And then, yeah, we'll just go back down and do a bit of flight. Okay, down we go. Nope, I pretty much never get that on the first try. It is a pretty specific dive when it comes to spacing. I made it there and didn't throw to POW once because it didn't look like it would do anything. Yeah. I do remember that because, yeah, there's something off-screen that was going on in that room. And when the cue was primarily an audio cue, I definitely did not pick up on what it was telling me. Anyway, let's hit CP1, and then we are going to immediately take a death. Because that is the exit. Oh, no, I needed to see that room again. No, that's okay. We'll respawn there, and then we'll see that room. Because that's the sort of... I should have taken a death. Yeah, no. I messed this up. That's okay. We'll take a death at the next available opportunity. Like here, for instance. We'll just stand here. There we go. Maybe that's not very safe. I don't remember having that problem before, but... Okay, this room has actually changed quite dramatically. And I'll need to stare at it for a moment. Interestingly enough, it looks like the right side layout around the goal pole has actually been significantly compacted, in that it's now just kind of a straight drop from that hard block up top. You don't have that kind of key red herring that's in the top right segment anymore. That I'm noticing. 2 pink coins in this segment. Yeah, I remember there being some kind of previous revision that we might have understood in terms of how to get the second one, but I didn't actually walk through the new CP2 solution last time either, when it comes to the pink coin path through the yellow pipe. Kind of noticing that shooting fire at this bomb here is still technically accessible if we wanted to break this open. But in terms of the POW drop, yeah, we're just going to have to come back and see what happens when we are entering this zone in a different state. Okay, here we go again. Yeah. This definitely looks like a vulnerability that wasn't there previously, but at the same time, I guess the idea is that you're expecting to ride Yoshi. And have a bit of a hit buffer anyhow. Okay. E-switch, let's drop Yoshi first. And... okay, there we go. dump him over here. And get up to the P-switch. And yeah, you accidentally want people to get hits on that spike there. I remember discussing that last time, so we kind of have a subtle clue as to understanding to make Yoshi run at full speed. No, I do remember you mentioning that. I think instinctively I just try not to take the hit and read that as a hazard, but I don't know psychologically if most players are going to do it my way or do it the damage-taking way. Yeah. I mean, you know, understanding how the P-switches are going to go does have that sort of minimal requirement of looking at the Bullet Blaster setup and understanding how the triggering is going to work. I mean, you know, if you just have a sort of basic attentiveness to the mechanics, you can see that, but I can see how that might be overlooked. Yeah, I know that for kind of cheese-checking purposes, you still have POW buried behind CP2. That's okay, we'll do the fire segment first. Fire segment was over here. And this guy's still nothing, yeah. And of course, you know, having had some revisions come into this level occasionally, there are new things I want to check on every pass. This looks relatively the same. Was that 10 coin there before? I don't know, but that was not an element I paid much attention to previously. Okay, we have access to fire. Fire is going to give us this guy. And so, yeah, for those new to this level, like having access to the Piranha Plant here instead of having a totally different puzzle zone is one of those differences as you start to level from CP1. Okay. So, going to do this drop over here. And on-off state shouldn't matter, I don't think, because we're just going to take the clown power back up. I think that's probably still nothing, but, you know, given the change in some of the pipe logic, we should check just in case. Probably the same with this yellow pipe down there. There seems to be something new going on with the yellow pipes in the route to collecting all the pink coins, so should be somewhat attentive to that. What am I in the process of doing? I'm going back to do fire plus POW block. Oh, why didn't I just do that previously then? No, we need P-switch plus POW block. And to do that, we need to get into blue pipe over here because we need 2 POW blocks. One to get us inside the green pipe, and one as the object that we have to spit while the P-switch is still active. So let's see if we can understand that clue sometime within the next 180 seconds. And yeah, this needs to break. Sure, why not? And we'll get back over here. And we'll just escort everything over. Left nose pipes are all empty. Okay, so that has not changed. They are still deceptions. I might win this time. Okay, interesting. Well, let's see about that. Okay, P-switch activation. I let up on the jump button, so now I have to not spit, unless I, of course, just do a soft spit. There we go, P-switch activation. Come in here. Something grew. I heard something spawn. That's interesting. I don't think I quite caught what was going on here, though. But yeah, it was some kind of activation that perhaps should have paid attention to. I'm trying to think about like how that would affect anything if we hop back out of this zone. We have not yet seen what comes out of the blaster. Bomb, okay. Now, what could I possibly do with the bomb? Because to me, this looks like, oh, a one-way panel. Okay, never mind. It's not going to be a lock or anything. There's something visible still. Yeah, this vine over here. You have really quite a lot going on visually. Jump block and on-off switch over here. Hang on, let's pause here. We've got 40 seconds left. And let me just sort of inspect the left side of this thing. On-off. If the on-off gets activated, that's it, right? Like, you come over here, and if you have... like, some kind of activation of the on-off, say, for instance, using a bomb. Like, if you activate it while you're in this segment, if you have a switch toggle, then that should be enough to break this open, which is redesigned, because previously it was using some kind of P-block sequence. Can I grab the bomb with Yoshi? No, I can't. That's the issue. Can I do something with Divine Climb? No. 8 seconds. Not seeing the hint. Yeah, no, it may just be because there's a lot of visual information that I'm trying to process. I may restart the level so I can see it from CPU1 again, just to see this, because I definitely saw and heard something different. I just don't know if I'm picking up on the evidence of it, so let's redo it quickly. Like I said, I'm not going to do too many restarts for the CPU1 solution, unless we actually do get it, but that felt decently close that time, so... Now that I've reviewed this segment, it should go by decently quickly. Oh, interesting, that's... Yeah, you get in there, and of course you have the state set to on, because of course it would be. You remember that mechanism, of course, but... Just trying to pay attention to that room and rethink what it was we were doing. Yeah, there's so much stuff in the standard path that feels second nature now that I don't remember much about the process of actually solving it, but luckily we got that on video. Also, I certainly hope that not too much of this segment gets muted from the well-known Twitch audio issue with Super Mario World Castle, which is really quite annoying. After I see the hint, if I have a suggestion for how to have it be better, you know, yeah, I'll go back and see it, because I definitely heard something different about the interaction that time when I dropped a POW. And particularly with all the bombs remaining alive, but I'll have to think about that. Let's do deactivation. So Xavier Man, as I've been complaining about for some time, so the Super Mario World Castle music runs into problems. Oh, I wasn't supposed to grab Yoshi like that. It runs into problems with Twitch's copyright detection algorithm. I'm gonna dump this Yoshi and claim that one. and redo this. Because there was this... Oh, no, but we're big. Okay, we need to take damage. That's fine, we can take damage. Wait. And head to the skewer, perhaps, and take damage. There we go. Ah, yes, I was in the middle of explaining that. Yeah, okay, so there was somebody who, you know, like a dozen years ago, created a remix of Super Mario World, and thank you for the follow, Gaston. I'm glad that my notifications are actually working again, which was not the case earlier on. And for some reason, that remix that was made by some kid about a dozen years ago is in the copyright detection database that Twitch relies on, which leads to the problem that if you spend long enough on a level, like a puzzle level, where the Super Mario World Bowser's Castle music is looping for a while, it thinks that you are violating the copyright of that remix. And then Twitch just automatically mutes the VOD of the stream. And in some cases might even threaten to like delete the videos or even bring your whole stream down. Did I get fire? No, this was not fire, this was Yoshi. I lost track of what I was doing. Oh yes, fire over here, right? No, I got fire already. I completely lost my place because I was too busy talking. Okay, let's rethink this. P-Switch already eradicated the coins for me, so I can just grab a new Yoshi. Okay. That's okay. That's part of the streamer experience, by the way, is that, you know, you do have to kind of cultivate the skill set of remembering what on earth it is you're doing while you're also talking at the same time. I have fire. Yeah. I missed that chat message, Biggie Swalls. It is like, okay. Fire and fury. Forgetting which part if you have egg or fire. Exactly. Yeah, that's. Would be nice if Yoshi could just, you know, tell me, like, what's in your mouth right now? What do you put in your mouth, little Yoshi? Are you holding your offspring, or merely a mouthful of curry? Let's get up here. Up we go. Nope. That's okay. Time doesn't matter here as long as we make this segment at some point, because I will be resetting for the start from checkpoint 1 anyway. Okay, here we go. Okay. Kind of inspecting this room again. We will immediately take a death. Oh, I see. Okay. Here's one thing that's going on. When the P-switch activates in this room, you come through here with all of the yellow blocks transformed into coins. You then fire the POW. And upon firing the POW, that's what eradicates the wall between the red state blocks and the goal. So that the P plus POW combination, as we were actually amply reminded by a Japanese one screen that we cleared last week, destroys the yellow block wall. For some reason, I think that was not the case with the previous version, where I had actually tested something like that as an interaction. And that was not what happened. However, the fact that you destroy the yellow blocks along that wall means that possibly the passage out is through the green pipe that is protruding towards the saw blade, such that if you go through a green pipe somewhere using Yoshi, and if you're able to take 1 point of damage, you pop through the green pipe and you're able to pop towards the goal. I think that's what's going on. Except we haven't found the corresponding green pipe entrance. But I think that's what's happening. So the question is, what is the... no, actually. No, yes, that's fine, because the green pipe that is under the saw blade, as you can see, like on the left side, there is an empty P block. So when the P switch is active, you can't get through that gate. But when the P switch is not active and when the regular yellow blocks have already been destroyed, then you can get through there and the green pipe is your exit. And yeah, I think Biggies was, we're here for the part of the Japanese one screen when I was kind of, you know, figuring out how to do like a E plus POW or POW plus P sequence, because they really do give you different interactions. And so yeah, that kind of jogged my memory for that specifically. And look at that, just kind of habitually ducking under this guy, as before. So the question is, when we pop back out of that green pipe, which green pipe do we wind up entering? And so we have to be on the lookout for that, if that is in fact the exit. But we should be looking for stuff like that, you know, interactions that result from P plus POW destroying block columns. Maybe that's just a visual clue for some other place where we're supposed to use that interaction to our advantage. Yeah, we need to reactivate the P. Okay. We need to be fairly brisk about this. Otherwise, I will be at risk of burning too much time before we get stuck behind CP2 once again, as soon as we grab the POW. But yeah, let's go back to that room and let's see if we notice that properly. So yeah, noticing the difference between what was I saying? Yeah, sort of respawning back in the CP1 room and taking a moment to spot the difference between that and what we were looking at when we died on the left side of that room was kind of a vital part of the process in terms of being able to make that mental comparison with memory. Let's reactivate a P-switch and get in over here. Okay. There we go. Don't need POW yet. Let's do the fire interaction first to break open all of the relevant gates. Yeah. And we should be thinking about green pipes generally. But I haven't seen something like a green pipe entrance that is obstructed though, except... no, not this guy. I don't see a way to get through the bottom part either. What am I even holding? Oh, I'm holding fire, okay. Let's go back and pop that ice segment over here. I had to pop the bomb, rather. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing, is that with CP1, there are so many red herrings and dead ends that look like the solution. Like everything that takes you back to the starting screen, for instance. That's very difficult to tell in some ways. No, we have to redo this. Very difficult to tell in some ways what is actually going to give you a bit of progress, simply because you can hit these points where a level laughs at you for trying. Let's not push Yoshi all the way down there. Although we can always just mount Yoshi and get back out. And then, yes, Clown Car and then POW. The left pipe one's not even so much. It's when you come back through the starting room, like that's definitely a big diversion. I mean, if somebody is that invested in this level by that point to even look at that stuff, maybe that's not such a concern. Because by that time you kind of know what you're getting into. It's just that it's very time consuming, especially when you consider the issue that we've discussed many times before about the checkpointing next to the POW, which I do see green pipes over here. We're going to consider that, because look at this blue pipe. Like, this is an exitable blue pipe, followed by an enterable green pipe if the blocks are destroyed, but we wouldn't have a carryable way to destroy the blocks, so maybe not. But we do have ways to kill everything. Okay, 160 seconds. We gotta be brisk about this and commit to attempting the interaction that we've been talking about. You want some aspect of feeling like there's no way out. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I do just find it unfortunate, as we've you know, just talked about endlessly, that the situation with the current kind of quality check on CP2 and the POW, I forgot to activate the P-switch, does create the situation where trying to restart the CP1 solution, specifically the CP1 solution, is kind of particularly unappealing. Oh, I lost a POW. Okay, we have to do this once again. Yeah, fine. That's okay. We'll see how tight we are on time when I actually drop this. No, I was not locked out or anything, obviously. Okay. That's fine, I hadn't been spitting anything, so... P-switch? Oh yeah, this way? P-switch? There we go. Okay, drop all the coins. And that was a 1-up spawn. Dropping all the coins does a what for me? It eradicates everything above the green pipe and also below the yellow pipe. So basically we have two different approaches, actually. Approach number 1 is get through the green pipe. Approach number 2 is get through a yellow pipe while the on-off state is off, or by having a way to set the on-off state to off, because now both routes are open. Yeah, the on-off state to the left. I don't know if there's a good way to activate that jump block to get it to dump something there. I have to think about this for a moment. Yeah, because the issue now is that I don't know which entrance is actually available for me to try. Clearly, yeah, the bomb under red pipes is a red herring that's not useful for any solution. And let me think about this. Because we have very little time to actually find the appropriate entrance to the pipe we're looking for. And I also don't know where to check. unless the activation that we had here with the P and POW interaction has drastically changed something that would have to apply in the main world, not in the subworld. And so we have to think about like which pipes are actually enterable. And the only pipes that are enterable from my present location and that are actually reachable would be in the starting area. So let's go back to the starting area. Because like if we're talking about the main world rather than subworld, those are the only other pipe entrances I have to work with. And so we need to get back there quickly. I did sort of see the hint, but I guess what it meant wasn't clear. Yeah, I guess we still don't get it. But no, I want off, on. Let's see if there was any kind of state change over here. This is the last thing we'll be able to check. Green pipe up above is still blocked. This is always going to be blocked by a ground block over here, so even if we smuggle the bomb to this location, that would not do anything for me. I don't think. On-off swap over there. Yeah, we know this is a dead end. Okay, I think I'm going to bail on the CP1 solution for this attempt. And since first clear is available, I mean, you know, usually I would try to go for first clear for the CP2 solution. But we have seen it a couple times already, so like just for the sake of time, you know, if it's still available, maybe we'll grab it, but we don't necessarily need to do that part on stream. In fact, if anybody is interested in trying this level, the easiest solution and the first clear, I believe, are still available. And I do encourage you to take a crack at it, because this is actually quite interesting from a puzzle solving perspective. So let's tap out for now. Somebody else can have a crack at first clear for once. If not, I'll just grab that post-stream. And we'll try to get through a bit more of the queue. And yeah, I will be going over my footage again and seeing if I can pick it out that way, because that's what I needed to do previously as well, so. Anyway, Terminator, you are next, I believe. And then after that, it will be next all the way down to the, oh my goodness, 6 remaining submissions. Yeah, I don't actually know if getting through the queue is going to happen today, but we will do our very best. Particularly because Terminator's level is comparatively difficult if this was number 3. And we got stuck on a particular thing near the end. Oh no, this is number 4. Okay, that's fine. We'll learn it. 0.77%, so, you know, we might not necessarily get the clear on it either, but I will try to see how far I can get. So, dude, I swear I saw a little green man surfing the waves. Believe me, bro. I believe you. Okay, number 4 in a series. Where's my shell? I need to jump on top of it, and then we are going to use the P block locations as jumps. Frog, okay. No, and then we need to swim underneath, and then it's going to be a bit of a swim test. Okay, D-pad's going to get a bit of a workout on this one as we try to keep pace with the shell. Feels like I was supposed to grab an object and use it for the surface run. Not here, though, and not yet. I needed to, I guess, just get through this gap while off-state was still active, perhaps? While the switches were still on blue, that is. Oh, I see. No, because it's going to be synchronized in such a way that when that location is released, Then I can do a jump out of water and then get on top of the P-switch. So, just doing the initial read-through. We'll figure out what we can. And... no, trying to jump out of there. I guess I shouldn't be hugging the right side. I should, however, be aiming to jump on a P-switch so it doesn't obstruct the shell, because the P-switch needs to be activated before the shell hits the P-block column on the right side. That's a bit of a tight frog spot, to be honest. But... oh, not actually that tight, because this is just semi-solid dangling down here, so... I think I'm just bad at jumping with the frog. And yeah, Dachshund, it is leave to leave. Sorry we couldn't get to you today. I know it's been a very long queue with some very long playthroughs, but hoping to catch you next time you come by. Nope, needed to land on top of the P. Okay. Nope. Yeah, a bit of a weird saw blade location, I think. Because there already is going to be a bit of a timing challenge in terms of getting on top of the P in time. And we do have enough time to do that. I mean, I did that previously, it's just that we accidentally grabbed the P instead. There we go. Nope, I need to then jump on top of the shell. And then continue riding. Yeah, no worries, Dachshund. I know we run at a terribly sleepy time for many time zones. So, thank you for waiting all this time regardless. And we'll catch you soon enough. Yeah, no, I need to do a P-jump and then land on a shell, I think. Because I will need the frog suit again. And there will be a bit of a crossover again over there where the shell is going to go up and I'm going to go down. Don't P-jump, okay. Alright, I mean, I still have to read the timing properly on that thing, having only seen it once. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I just need to jump out of the water better with the frog, which has been a bit of an issue for me throughout this level. Yeah, I think Terminator, it's a part of an issue of audience in a way, where if somebody is good enough to be playing these levels, they're good enough to be thinking that P-jump is what you intend. Because, you know, people who are accustomed to levels that are in the sub 1% range, like, they'll see something like that and they will think, oh my goodness, that clearly looks like a P-jump. Especially if they don't have the shell timing down yet. Yeah, because P-jump is one of those things where, like, you would think that it's relatively obscure, but lots and lots of Maker players actually are aware of it by now because they have been given levels that take advantage of that. Because, like, P-jump was something I didn't really know about until near the end of Maker 1, I think, because I wasn't playing the advanced content that would require it. But, you know, this is not an entry-level thing, right? Like, this is a level for people who are already pretty comfortable. Nope, needed to hit that and we were too slow. Okay, that's fine. That was just an accuracy thing when we were swimming to that location. No, whoops. Okay, we'll continue. And actually, the timings here are pretty comfortable in terms of the margin of error. Sometimes, I know that with the Master Sword levels in particular, actually, sometimes you would have to be extremely accurate. Also, it is notable to me, Terminator, that for once you're making something in a style that is not SMB1 Grassland. It's immediately noticeable, in fact, even though the level is still recognizably your style. But yeah, it works well, of course, because, you know, well, first of all, you need the frog suit, so this needs to be in SMB3. But, whoops. Nope. But secondly, that I can tell that, you know, you put some work into getting the pipes and the semi-solids to look reasonably nice, just to have a very clear separation between foreground and background when it comes to the play area and the part that is just shell zone. So, yeah, I tend to have an awkward time jumping out of the water with the frog suit, but I think I've always had a terrible time jumping out of water in any platformer, so... nope. Just going to take a dive there. Yeah, that is a good thing about the shell concept, is that it's very portable, unlike the Master Sword. Okay. Let's get back into this, and... yeah. Once again, leaving myself a bit of room is in fact advisable there, just to get myself a comfortable jump. I'm going to scout ahead. So we hit the on-off switch, shell comes over here. Next thing is that shell is going to come down, and then once again we wait for it, and then we jump out with the frog, land on top. Land on top, and then there will be a jump off the shell up towards the 10 coin. And then the shell, when it sails, is going to hit the white jump block or note block, depending on your generational preference. And by that point, we should be back in the water again, I think. But I'll be looking at that and we'll see. Okay. No. Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward crossover, I think, simply because of the very limited amount of space we have to be playing with. But maybe my approach isn't quite right in terms of timing. You know, in terms of calculating whether I should be ahead of the shell or behind or whatever. Yeah, because if I get ahead of the shell, nope, that's not fast enough. And that's fine, but if I sail on the shell and then drop to the left of it, I think I actually still do have time to get over to the on-off switch if I am swimming using the frog. But we'll see. And yeah, I know you're telling me to jump at the indicator. I don't tend to follow indicators very well, as you know. I don't necessarily respond to indicators the way that some players dependent on them would do. But I do know that, you know, that's supposed to give you the correct location for jumping out of the water. I just messed up the diagonal that time when it comes to getting out at the right angle. Okay, here we are. And here we go again. And yeah, no, it's going to be a bit slow actually. No, maybe I do need to get slightly ahead of the shell, because after I hit the on-off switch, I do need to swim way ahead of it in order to get back into position. Although with the frog suit, that's going to be much more easily demonstrated. Okay, whoops. Okay. Nope. Just kind of swiveled to the left there, and that was a bit of a problem. Let's get back on. On the V-switch. Onto this thing. Yeah, that's still... I think I am supposed to kind of land on top of the shell and then let it slide out under me. But I still haven't determined what the ideal approach is going to be in that location just yet, and... You know, it's something I do have to kind of figure out for myself, because no matter what your intention is as a designer, like, everybody's going to be taking a moment to do an independent read of, you know, how to get the shell across, but how to cross over with it. And I know... Yeah, something about the indicator. I do see which indicator you're talking about, but... We'll... see. Like, we were talking about just getting all the way over here, then... Okay. Okay. Nope. Missed. Okay, let's get ahead. And then we ride the shell upwards, okay. Not too bad, actually. I mean, we've made a pretty reasonable amount of progress at this point, unless there's a huge wraparound that goes right to left up top, which, given our experience with number 3 in this series, may actually be the case. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, the thing about using the third P as a jumping at indicator is that, like, you've kind of done it twice already up to that point, and it's not necessarily going to reveal much about timing in terms of the decision to get ahead or fall behind. I don't know if I can think of an elegant solution to that, but I'm kind of considering how, you know, it can be clearer that there's a strong expectation for the player to get ahead of the shell. Because the issue is that with the 2 previous indicators, you're not getting ahead of the shell at all, right? Okay, no, that time I actually did have enough time to hit the switch, it's just that I missed completely. And that's just a pure swimming accuracy issue on my part. Okay. Up we go. Oh, whoops. That's okay. We'll try to get on just to see what's going on. And yeah, I'll need to frog at that point to just get a decent amount of height so we can land on top of the center of the shell accurately, as it's in the middle of doing the backspin. Okay, up we go. Nope, too late. That's okay. Nope, still going slow. Even though I know what's supposed to happen there, it's actually surprisingly easy to just kind of flub that timing. I actually wonder if something like a conveyor belt doing a backspin on a shell there would have solved that problem by making it abundantly clear that your only option is to get ahead of the shell. It would definitely nerf it in terms of difficulty, but that might have actually provided one potential solution. Like, have a backspin like you have with this conveyor here, just to, you know, make it very clear that trying to synchronize yourself with a shell is not going to happen. Hey Luan, we have a lengthy queue to get through, and unfortunately I will not be on long enough to get to yours tonight. Or this morning, or whatever time it is over there. But thank you for dropping by. It's already going to be a bit of a difficult task to get through the things we do have in queue. So we'll see if getting through everything is at all possible. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was clearly supposed to be an up pipe or something, wasn't there? It's just completely off screen, so I couldn't see. If you are supposed to get off the shell at that point, unless it's something very time sensitive, I wonder if, you know, something like vines that you could actually cling onto would have been a much better idea. If it is time sensitive, forget I said anything, but... I mean, yeah, okay, it should be fairly obvious that I'm supposed to go up, and it was definitely my problem for not reading that, but... I think something like vines are just generally clearer when it comes to something you're supposed to aim towards, although I know that's a bit of a frog suit check as well, isn't it? Simply because entering vertical pipes at all from below is already one of the more challenging things to do in the game when it comes to, you know, seemingly basic maneuvers. And having that be off-screen is kind of an additional challenge, because even if you see the coins indicating that you may want to be jumping up, at that point you just have no idea what the target is going to be. But that's okay. I mean, it was very clear that we were supposed to get off the shell, and it was very much my error for not doing that properly, but... And we'll see how much of a risk it is to just, you know, bump my head against a pipe, because remember, the player still has to hold up to get into the pipe, and at that point it's not necessarily clear that you're going to do that, right? Like, you don't see the pipe coming, and you might not be prepared to do the up input. Whoops. Whereas if you had something like vines dangling down, you have a very clear visual indication that preparing to hold up is something you should be doing. But I mean, this is just a small thing. I'm not saying that you need to revise and re-upload or anything. I'm just saying that, like, that's how I'm reading it. And that I would not be surprised if other players kind of run into the same problem on their first attempt. I mean, now I know that the pipe is there. I know that I'm supposed to go up. If you don't know the pipe is there, there is a pretty strong likelihood you'll just bump your head, even if you try to make the jump. Whoops. Once again, I got bumped. So is he. A couple of things here we could be doing better. Okay. Nope, too late. Okay, here we are. Yeah, that kind of cross with a 10 coin is quite nice. I do think that a 10 coin is actually a good example of how to do indication in a level like this, in terms of giving the player a very specific thing to aim towards. So that works well. Because to a certain extent, like, I find that sometimes the kind of markers for every major jump can add a little bit too much visual noise. But something like the 10 coin, you know, creating an incentive for the player to aim towards a specific target on short notice, like, that's something that has a very subtle purpose, but really lines up that crossover timing quite nicely when it comes to getting into that Hammer Brothers segment. Okay. Let's see here. And back over we go. And too slow once again, yeah. So for instance, with that jump, where you're, you know, constantly reminding me, okay, jump at the indicator, like this indicator over here. You know what solves this problem pretty much completely, in terms of reminding the player to be jumping and getting ahead at that location, is something like a diagonal coin throw. Like having an incentive to aim for something, I think works better, at least for me, psychologically, than telling me jump at the marker. But then, again, like, that's just a matter of player psychology, where I'm bad at following markers, and I just prefer to follow actual level elements, like the 10 coin that we just hit. And that coin over here, too. Oops. Okay, just missing the backspin. Missing every jump after that. But I think that's the thing that, you know, is very much a core lesson of how Nintendo does their own level designs, which I think sometimes has disappeared from a lot of the maker meta in a way, which is that you don't need indications telling you of where to do something so much as you could use indications of what you should be aiming towards. That, you know, you give people not the instruction, but the objective. And that if the objective is clear, then people will just kind of naturally form their own instructions that will work 100% of the time, like if the incentives are well placed enough. And I know that maybe that coin here, you know, it kind of parallels the other coins earlier, but the other coins earlier, you know, you can jump towards them with much tighter spacing, horizontally speaking, and the only thing that would kind of be telling you to make that jump arc ahead would be if you are reading the P-block the way that you intended in the design, and it might just be sort of my habit in terms of, you know, being accustomed to how Nintendo actually does these things. Again, not reading indicators as well as I read actual interactable stuff. Yeah, need to, of course, go for that 10 coin. But I know some people will definitely disagree with me on this, like that's, as I've been saying, like I do have a very different attitude towards indication than people who are like really dedicated Kaizo players or something. Like there are very different expectations going on here sometimes between different kinds of playtesters, and that's just something you'll have to balance as the level designer. Okay, getting a second jump here is in fact helpful. Miss. But yeah, you see the problem there was that even if I'm seeing the coins, I'm not really seeing my target. And I'm not seeing the fact that I actually do need probably a little bit of a dash off the side of the shell in order for the frog to give me enough height, and that a simple jump with the frog is not enough. I don't actually have the information to determine any of that when I get to that segment at the end. Anyway, love that 10 coin. Okay, that's gonna be a death. And I know the idea is that maybe the final jump is supposed to work as a frog check, but it's so far off camera that I don't know if it's serving that purpose. Okay, up we go. And forward. And yeah, again, it may just be because I'm not reading your indication system, really. With the double P block. I did see the double P block, I just didn't really mark that as a jump. Oops. And you can see that it was a little bit off-center that time, too. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, even though I've seen the pipe and I see it coming, it's still a little bit blind because of the lack of visibility towards where I'm going. Like, I think it's with a fairly good reason that, you know, most Nintendo-style indications are about giving you destinations rather than origin points when it comes to, you know, where to jump, where to go, etc. That they give you goals rather than instructions. As I was saying, I think psychologically the reason that that school of design tends to work well is because you never have to ask yourself, okay, why am I doing this? Right? Like, you're still kind of aiming towards the same trajectories, but you don't have to do something that's just kind of there for mysterious reasons, which is my problem with a lot of indicators, actually, is that, like, they're often just kind of telling you, do this thing just because. Now, for something like a, you know, shell jump level or something, where you have very specific throw locations and activations of mechanisms that you can't see, okay, that's fair. That's something that you actually kind of need in order to make the concept work. Safety, do I ever have Maker 2 dreams after a long stream? That's a good question, actually. I don't know if that's that's at all, like, distinguishable from how my day-to-day life actually goes. Not really. It's not like it's a Tetris effect or anything like that. It's not quite the same thing, anyway. But I know that you're kind of asking about, like, if there is an equivalent of a Tetris effect, where I've just been on a level for so long that there's this persistence of vision that lingers long afterwards. Maybe if it's a real trance, like the level that I was grinding for about 2 hours yesterday. But no, I think in some ways, like, the kind of buffer against a Tetris effect in this game is simply because there is so much visual diversity. Anyway, that's a yay, and then we have checkpoint followed by a second segment, which tells me we have lots to go. Okay. Okay. So far, we just ride this out. That's fine. I'll take the cutscene. I don't mind. Just sitting here and watching this. Kind of relaxing, actually, to have this segment after what we were doing previously. And yeah, having a jump indicator before the pokies, like, that's something that works. Oh my goodness. Boss time with a little bit of randomization in the firing pattern, probably. Okay. Oh boy, okay. I see. We need the thwomp to make its way towards the on-off switch, eventually. And to do that, we need to take a bit of a risk and jump off the shell within the thwomp activation range, like hugging the wall right here. And unfortunately, if I lose the frog suit, I'm sure there's going to be some kind of frog check at the end. That's, is going to be relevant very soon, but yeah, you see how the fire is directly parallel to the shell when the shell is going to the left. Like, that's just basically telling me that with that kind of timing, like I can't actually get off the shell at all because I just won't be able to fall safely back down. So I don't know if I'm able to anticipate that. Whoops. Let's just do it with a frog suit anyway. It's just to see what happens. Just to practice the jump, I guess. But it seems like I really do need to hug the wall in order to be within swamp activation range. So I'll always be kind of jumping up at that column and probably going right to left. Nope. Hang on. Okay. We've made decent headway so far. I noticed that you have a boss on level number 4 of this series, which kind of lends itself to a certain super world structure if you decide to string these together. Maybe. I mean, I know the super worlds go up to 5 in this game, in terms of individual worlds. Whoops. I guess the further you progress along that, I mean, the thwomp still kind of gets restored to the same starting location, so you do still need to jump right against a wall. But yeah, when we have a pattern like that that's directly parallel to us, I think I have to just stay on the shell sometimes and understand when it's not going to happen. Falling towards the shell is better than attempting to jump away from that location. Okay, so we'll keep the frog suit this time and we'll try to do this. Ah, okay, and you already put all of Living on the Edge in your world. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, Living on the Edge was a very thoroughly developed idea, and I didn't even see the finale, in fact. I know that I'm missing the last few levels from it. And I'd mostly just played up to 11 or 12 or something like that, apart from the auto-scroller that you sent me last time. Whoops. Okay. Nope. Yeah, it can be a little bit awkward that the activation point is right up against the wall. But we'll figure that out. It's just that, you know, sometimes we really do need to play around the Bowser firing pattern in a way that can be a little bit finicky to work with. Oh, nope, that's maybe a bit fast. And that's assuming, of course, that there isn't a frog check at the end, and that this is mostly just there as a helpful item, which I certainly hope is the case. Sort of interesting that you kind of give me an instant death zone over there, when there are plenty of ways to die already. I'm actually not sure about the function of that reset point when it's not exactly hard to take a death. Anyway. Yeah, have to wait out the first cycle, I think. I should consistently wait. And yep, falling very gently towards that is going to work out quite well. This may be the attempt. And yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess maybe I'm more patient than some players when it comes to resets past checkpoint. But thank you for that, Terminator. Deceptively low clear rate in some ways. It's kind of interesting that the second segment is mostly just a cutscene in some ways, where you have to just keep your cool and do that one jump off the pokey. But very neat to see an SMB3 concept from you for a change, and also just to see the idea develop from some of the previous episodes. So yeah, enjoyed it quite a lot, actually. A very nice change from your usual work. Actually stretching out quite a bit in terms of some of the ideas there. I mean, I think I gave you a lot of the specifics already in terms of, you know, some trouble I ran into when it comes to how I tend to read indication anyway, but I think on that score, it's not like it's any more dense than any of the previous levels you had sent me. It's just kind of an indication style where you kind of have to get used to how you are trying to send me information about what to do. And because, you know, you do have a particular indication style, and that's true of many other makers as well, that some makers will have very specific habits for how to use MTP blocks, coins, etc. And sometimes that's just going to be a learning experience. So thank you for that, and let's see what's next. Thank you for the GGs as well. Intenium, if you had had the patience to bear with us all this time, it is now your turn. And you are here. Okay. Well, thank you for waiting for so incredibly long. Like I said, I don't know what the likelihood will be of getting through the whole queue. But here's Apple Cinnamon Tarts, and that's going to be 3.8%. Okay, that's going to be a nice change in some ways. Sweet platforming flavors in the morning. 1 CP. Enjoy. I do see some throw markers on this already, but given that it's kind of a constant motion level, that might be just fine for our purposes. Let's take a look. And yeah, Terminator, I agree with that. That you should have definitely let me approach that blind before you kind of disclose your way of doing it. Anyway, stepping on a mole is going to allow me to pick up the Goomba, so second Goomba is going to be the one that I throw. Except I need to do a double jump on it first. It's going to be a throw and then spin jump in order to get around that top spike that we see later on. The way the icicle was dangling off the bottom of the mushroom platform definitely threw me off at first, because I, for some reason, was kind of parsing the dangling mushroom platform as a wall. Okay. Yeah, just came in a little bit low off that jump when it came to release. I just needed to hold that jump coming up the mole. And okay, there we go. And Cordial Snail, I hope you're doing well today. If you're Frog Mario, the thwomp activates without you jumping, huh? Oh, yeah, because of your tile height, yeah. I sometimes forget that about Frog Mario, in spite of the fact that we just played a puzzle level using that property earlier this week. Yeah. Okay, there we go. No, went a little bit early on that, in fact. Probably because I was expecting even more constant motion. It's kind of nice to have like a sort of half-second rest stop there, I guess, to reorient myself, but I was definitely following my momentum at that point. There we go. Yeah, just to kind of realign myself according to everything that's going on. Then it's going to be a spin jump onto the Spiny, and probably a series of short spin jumps to ride the Spiny over as it goes back and forth, whoops, on the spike block row that we see over there. I think that's fairly understandable. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. we go. Doing a bit of a correction jump there. No, the Spiny is actually just going to fall right off. Of course it is. And I think my aim was just poor in terms of understanding when to get down there. I was going a bit late because I was thinking that I was not going to have a safe opportunity just yet. I was clearly kind of misreading what the safety zone on that Spiny is going to be. I have to kind of get used to doing throws from full jumps again. It's been a while since I've done much of that, so... And I can clearly do it, I'm just way out of practice with this sort of thing. Yeah, pretty relaxed experience so far for something that is, you know, constant motion. I occasionally have a bone to pick with people who just kind of describe stuff as Kaizo light when it's literally just platforming. This level could kind of qualify as Kaizo light. As it's just kind of like a sort of platforming dessert of a level that feels like Kaizo in certain elements simply because things are time sensitive and involve a bit of item handling. And, or rather that it plays kind of to a subset of the same skills, I guess. You know, that's... like, these are among the skills that you will need to succeed at Kaizo. Just... totally got thrown off by those spikes there, and then I saw, as I was falling down, the one-way panel protecting me from them. Exactly, no item abuse. I agree with that. By minor item handling, I mean that occasionally you just need to do timed throws of things. And... no. I was trying to do a bit of a correctional jump there, and that was a terrible idea. Yeah, it's pretty decent spacing all around in terms of giving me enough room to work with. I don't know why I did a double bounce there. And it's really the error margins that make this feel comparatively relaxed. Despite the presence of the spikes and such, it tends to be reasonably clear where, you know, full jumps and short jumps are going to be coming from, and therefore pretty line-friendly when it comes to the read itself. Here's a checkpoint. Swamp is going to hit the switch, and then we need to get off of the on-off blocks by that point. But then Big Thwomp is going to come down, so we'll see whether we need to just run ahead at this point. I think we do. Nice short jumps. And once again, going a little bit too short on that mole. Yeah, Terminator mode, item abuse is just kind of the common term of art for some of the Kaizo item tricks where you need to jump off the item that you are carrying and throwing. Yeah, I clearly needed to hit that block to get up there. I just misread that segment. Because I was disabling poor Goombud down there, and slide. There we go. Yeah, sure, let's let him roll around. Okay, that's going to be grab the POW. Spin jump is going to grab? No, I didn't think so. No, I need to drop the POW, I think. Oh, right. No. I know that interaction from Tino, actually. Tino had that wonderful POW bounce level in 4YMM that was specifically teaching that. It's been a while. I need to gradually recover my mechanical memory for some of these finer points. Yeah, not going to get him on the first cycle. Maybe it's possible, but I'm not going to try. Depending on how quickly you get there after you spawn into Goomba, which I think would require some tighter jumps. Oh, that's... Okay, no, I thought I was doing a soft drop and I actually released the arrow a little too soon. Why did I do that? No. Never mind. And yeah, Safety of Man, there is a great deal of variety here. If you're talking about the unique interactions in terms of things like the POW bounce, yeah, there's just tons of stuff like that in this game that, you know, people have gradually taken advantage of in this engine. It's just been so long since I'd seen that POW bounce used intentionally that I'd forgotten what the setup for it looks like. Need to retain the full jump there off the mole, as before. Okay. But yeah, Safety of Man, if you ever catch up on more of 4YM, the level by Tino is the one that really shows off the POW bounce, like, throughout the entire level. Like, the whole level is just one big POW bounce ride. And very similar kind of setup. Okay, here we go. And yeah, probably doable if we have better jumping. Okay, let's see if we can read this accurately this time. No. I want to jump up. And maybe I want to drop it ahead of me and drop directly on top of the POW instead of landing back on the platform. And yes, Safety of Man. Well, Safety of Man, it's... I mean, there has only been one edition for Maker 2 so far. There were 3 editions for Maker 1. But yeah, that was from last summer. And I know you played some of that set because I remember talking to you about the Lecter Welcome to the Machine level last year. I don't know why I remember that, but I have sometimes a very selectively impressive memory to make up for the fact that I've, you know, forgotten lots of really critical stuff. Okay. Okay, let's wait just to be safe with this guy once more. Right, because it seems like after Solar Horse's World, you've been going through a lot of old favorites for... No, I do need to get back on the platform, okay. Maybe yeah, no, I see the throw marker there. And I think I should actually jump up and release the POW, and then give myself enough time to land on top of it. And yeah, Safety, the foot race level is particularly spectacular. There was a recent one as well that I just played last week that was another Lecter mole throw level. Like, he did another one just a few weeks ago. And there we go. Okay. There we go. Nearly slipped off the edge there. But sure, we'll take this. 3 1-ups for Endless. And a whole whack of coins as well. Yeah, sure we can. Stand there instead of going for the star, but thank you very much for that level Nintentium, and yeah, that was nice and smooth. Like I said, really enjoyed the spacing there, as well as the POW bounce tag at the end there, where you kind of have the heartbeat as a way of asking the player, do you really remember what it is you're doing? Kind of nice to have something a little bit on the short and easy side to balance things out today, too, after having had some very full-scale experiences. Mr. Greggy Spike, if you are still here. I believe that was just your maker code. And thank you for your extreme patience in waiting, as usual. Because we are starting to wind down the stream, I'm not going to be doing the gigantic Metroid levels, but I would like to do them sometime. Like, Greggy Spike, we need to talk about this, because as with some of the earlier installments of the Metroid level series, like, those take a bit of dedication to get through, and I like showing off levels of that scale, but just not during viewer levels, so... I know we also didn't finish the, what was it, the water precision maze thing. And yeah, Nintendo, I'm always glad to have you around to send us more stuff to work with. It's exactly the kind of pocket of difficulty that I can handle, I think. I know that you sent me some harder stuff before, too, that took me a little longer to grind through, but either way, it seems like you designed for kind of the edge of what I can manage in a very short period of time, so... And no, Greggy Spike, I did not manage to clear Pow Pow Pow. I can go back to that if you want, or I can look at something new. It's very much your choice. And yeah, Safety, when it comes to looking for new levels, try jump 6, okay? Hard Kaizo, huh. 0.47, okay. I don't know if I'll clear it today, given that... Well, this is 30 seconds, whatever, we can do it. But yeah, Safety, as I was saying, given that I'm also catching up after a few months off, maybe one of the better places to start is just to follow along with what I've been rediscovering for this stream when it comes to players who have remained active. Living on the Edge of the World in a non-viewer level stream, I'm going to keep that in mind, Terminator. Because I do want to do Super World content at some point. Okay, let's the clear condition get out of the way so I can actually see what's going on. I remember seeing something like this from you, Greggy Spike. This is really familiar. And it may be that I saw an earlier version or an easy version, perhaps, but I actually kind of remember this for some reason. And that's okay, that just means we can get through it. Oh, okay, no, you go over that and then over to the next coin, yes. And I need to not let up on that jump, really need to go right over the Muncher. Yeah, it's specifically that the silly clear condition box just obstructs the critical part of the level where you get on top of the shell. That's very much not your fault, by the way. It's just... one of the worst things about clear conditions is just the box. Okay, I missed something relatively easy. Well, okay, always happy to playtest new versions of things like Greggy Spike. But yeah, I do remember doing this concept some time ago. And Terminator, you did not set up your levels in chronological order. It's from very easy to hard. Okay, so you probably had the auto level come first or something like that. Given that the auto level was, what, number 16 or something like that. Well... yeah, if I were to catch up on some of the Living on the Edge stuff that I did not finish, or some of the revised editions of levels I did finish. It kind of would make sense to be doing that on a separate stream where I can really grind through some of that. I know I had a lot of trouble with some of the installments before. Okay, we bounce on the left Goomba because we do need to kill it. We do need to kill all of the Goombas. Is it all 30? Yes, it is all 30. Okay. So we do need to hit that one that splits off to the left before we move forward in that segment. Okay, it's okay. How did I miss the shell? Oh yeah, because I missed a question block. Here we are. Nope. But yeah, massive piles of content for me to catch up on after having been on for so long, and I think that's part of the standard Mario Maker experience. I think all of us, do take time off from time to time to play some other stuff. Okay, I do need to land straight down. It is timed accurately there, and I did see the coin indicator down there before. It's just that I was not really thinking about the timing, and full jumps are okay. In fact, everything here looks like it is either a full jump or a short jump. It's just that sometimes my angle can be a little bit off. Yeah, because a full jump is very accurately timed, in fact. I do need a bit of a shorter jump to dodge the icicle there, but in terms of the Goomba split timing, it's pretty comfortably calibrated. Let's not miss the block. Thank you for the follow, Luan. Once again, sorry we couldn't get you into the queue tonight, but maybe next time. And next time, barring any disasters, should be tomorrow. We have been, for the past few weeks, running viewer levels on the schedule of the Friday to Saturday and a Saturday to Sunday, so I don't know why I keep trying to go left at location. Let's not miss the block. But yeah, I was telling myself, okay, no, we're definitely not going to try to run a massive 5-hour stream tonight, and well, we're seeing how that went. But that's because the levels have been good. Look at that. Things have been consistently good, in fact. And it's kind of nice to have that from makers who have chosen to stick around and just show me new stuff all the time. I, need a little bit more height coming into that, and I wonder if that's a momentum issue on my part. But yeah, the text box really is the actual final boss of this level. Yeah, that was obviously supposed to be a shell spawn that I just happened to miss. Same kind of setup as the starting segment, in fact. Nice deflection there, actually. Surprisingly readable, considering how many deflections you have off the shell spawning and bouncing back and forth. I mean, the coin trails give you what you need to know, and I like that the coin trails are kind of decently minimal and just give you major landmarks to hit. Missed. Okay. And of course, with something like the question block that was way up high, even if you do follow the coin trails, the issue there was just that it was slightly off camera. But you can kind of scroll towards that and see the fullness of that diagonal. So If I just kind of, trace a straight line across that diagonal, should be able to hit it accurately. Hold right. Yeah. I think the thing that's tricking me out with that is that, you do see the first 2 of 3 coins on camera, and that my arc is actually able to hit them accurately. I am holding right there. But hitting the first 2 coins accurately isn't going to guarantee that you'll hit the third, depending on the arc that you have. And that's okay. That's something I can correct for just after having failed on it a couple of times and seen how it's going to go. Reggae Spike, I'm using the Super Nintendo D-pad. The only hold is a hard hold. And, okay, fall down towards the Goomba. Yeah, we know how to do that. I just needed to pull back a bit after I hit the question block. Okay. No, that was way off. So far off that I was on the left side of the ground column. Okay, up we go. Nope. So there's going to be some kind of P-switch interaction or something, or some kind of bombardment that takes out bricks later on. So yeah, I remember the concept, but this is very substantially altered from how I remember the concept, for sure. Like, this does feel like a brand new level to me. But I just remember the general idea of the Goomba stomping level. That's worked according to this kind of logic. Whoops. And we'll hopefully not run into issues with the timer, but, there's not that much flexibility. When it comes to what we could do with jump heights, etc., so... Nope. Still missing that hard hold. And yeah, I know I got this. It's just nice anyway to receive a vote of confidence. Just have to iron out some of the mistakes and kind of correct accurately for the trouble spots like the high question block that we've been crashing against and failing at a couple of times. And yeah, there are clearly a few spots here where I definitely need to commit horizontally to a jump a lot more, including over this first muncher over here, where... occasionally, I don't know why I'm pulling back on that a little too much. Maybe I am just getting off the shell a little bit too far to the right to begin with. And then I should let it bounce into a more favorable position in terms of getting over that muncher. Yeah, I think I'm actually getting on the shell a little bit to the right now, and that's not going to be what I want. Now it's a little bit too low, though. So I just need to find the right kind of adjustment to make that work as consistently as it did earlier, which was fine, and then somehow we've managed to get much worse at this. There we go. Hard right. Okay, no, I just didn't really see that icicle. I had seen it on a previous attempt when I made it here. But I was aiming for the next coin and just didn't take the icicle into account. Terminator, likely same time tomorrow. and it will be viewer levels. I say likely because I do have some other things going on this weekend that I need to plan around, and that might create some issues with my streaming plans, but hopefully not. But for the past few weeks, we've been pretty regular about viewer levels on the current block and the day after. So 2 viewer level days a week has been our pattern for the last bit. And I know it's not a great time for anybody, really. I don't know about that icicle. That does tend to snipe me a little out of view, but we'll see what we can do about that corner. I mean, I see it's coming, and it might just be the same issue as the question block earlier, where you're expecting me to really crank all the way to the right with every jump, and that's not necessarily what I'm doing by default. And it may just be a difference in player habit, you know, like if you really playtested this as somebody who holds a hard right after every jump, it's not necessarily something you'll pick up in your own internal testing. But here we go. I don't know about what's going on with that block there. I guess I do have the ability to hit it. I don't know if I want to hit it, that's the only thing. Whether it's going to help me retarget towards the next series of Goombas or not. But that was a pretty significant gain in progress, at least, so that's a decent sign. It's just that there were still a lot of things on the left side that we were not interacting with. And so yeah, we'll use the blocks. We'll see what goes on with that. I mean, they're clearly there for a reason. It's that sometimes when you see a clear condition like this, it's you have to make a very instant determination of what is or isn't optional. Yeah, it seems like there is some kind of loop-the-loop that's going on, like a figure-8 pattern that's eventually going to take you over to top left corner in that top section, and then take you down to that 10 coin is. Like, there's definitely some kind of doubled up structure going on here, as you can see with that mole in the upper position. Oh, there's a bit of a loop going left and after that jump, okay. And hey, Derflow, welcome. So yeah, we'll see how this is going to go structurally. Seems like there's quite a lot going on. Yeah. Oh, miss. Yep, so I do see that down diagonal that goes down towards the 10 coin. That looks like it's probably kind of near the end of the level, that there will be a bit of a cross that we do after something like the activation of a P-switch, which is not going to happen yet while most of our indicators are still coins, rather. Nope, still missing that. Yeah, that still needed to be sort of a medium jump out of that first Goomba. And I'll just have to keep that in mind as I also think about how eventually we'll be making it over to the left side, probably just from further up in the top segment, but we'll have to get a little further in the level to see a definite answer to what's going on there. Nope. that was a comparatively easy thing. I don't know why we decided to fail there of all places, but... Forward. Forward. There we go. Okay, no, we shouldn't let up yet. It's the jump after that where we need to be careful about hitting our heads. Sometimes thinking ahead one jump a little too early. Nope, miss. Yeah, as you can see, that's definitely the worst of my bad habits so far, is just not aiming for that accurately even when I know where it is placed. Okay. Okay, now I'm clearly supposed to hit the P-switch and then land on top of the Goomba below me at that point. And then the blocks are going to transform into coin indicators, which is kind of nice, but yeah, we kind of knew from the down diagonal segment that we passed by that a P-switch was going to be involved in this somehow. And then there's that mole setup that we see sort of in the top left later that's going to be relevant once the P-switch is active. Lots of stuff in this level that I can't quite read quickly enough while I'm doing everything else, of course, including the P-switch dropping some of those additional Goomba Muncher stacks to allow us to go back from the right to the left. So, lots going on here that we still need to learn, but the general idea is pretty approachable. Also, I just generally love the ice cave look of this. I think it's kind of nicely balanced when it comes to the background art. The use of the mushroom platforms and semi-solids to kind of create a sense of spacing as you get through the level. So, yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary, Greggy Spike. Hey, here we go. But yeah, you can kind of see that, you know, you have this matching structure of the munchers facing up and the icicles facing down, creating this very toothy looking cave. Okay. Okay, just a lot of cleanup to do in the early jumps. But nope, still missing. Yeah, interesting landing location on that 10 coin down at the lower platform. We'll have to see what that's all about when we get there. Probably encouraging you to land a little bit to the left and then get a slight run off that blue flimsy lift as you proceed in that segment. I should maybe save thinking about it until we are actually there, but I see now how the flow is going to go, that you're going to go right to left after the P-switch, and then that's when you go up. And then that's when you do the little bit of a loop-de-loop that goes towards the down diagonal. Okay. Yeah, still letting up a little bit too early on that jump. I mean, it is kind of a medium jump, but I am cutting back a little too aggressively, so let's just fix that up too. Nope. Okay, just need to clean up a few attempts like that along the way. Back in. Yeah, that's clearly become a bit of a pervasive problem for us here. And it's not that I'm forgetting to hold right, it's that when I'm aiming a little blind there, I think it's partly my starting position on the bottom Goomba, starting just a bit too far to the left to begin with. There's definitely something going on there that's making that especially difficult for me that probably isn't the case for other players who actually know how to follow indications and have a good sense of visualizing lines. Like I've sometimes heard that described as one of the special skills of some of the better technical Mario players, is that they just have a much better visual perception of straight lines in terms of planning jumps that really informs the accuracy of their execution. But yeah, that's not part of our skill set. So we just kind of make do with what we have. Nope. Okay, here we go. It's okay. Still lots we can do with this. There we go, much better initial landing on the Goomba to begin with. And I lost a little bit of control there as I was getting into that Goomba. I was thinking ahead to getting my head on those blocks again and just kind of lost my touch for a moment there. As we reach the end of that little fragment. Okay. Once again, letting up a little too soon. Switching to a medium jump on the fly is something that, you know, we can kind of plan for that in advance, but when you do it in the moment, it's just very easy to forget. And it's okay if you can't stay, Ming. I mean, we'll get back to your levels all the time anyway, and I do appreciate you staying for so long and also sending me the Christmas level earlier today, which I'm very glad to say we cleared the optional objective on, so we will hopefully catch you soon enough. Like I said, hopefully back tomorrow, same time, so we'll catch some overflow there for sure. Thinking about my landing here. No, I have to land downwards. The Goomba first. That's gonna be straight down from the P-switch from how that's timed. And yeah, man, have a good night at 10 in the morning. Definitely something I'm very familiar with, believe me. Who needs sleep when you've got viewer levels? Okay. Alright, just need to kind of stay somewhat focused on this. I know that my commentary is kind of getting a little bit sparser, but that's because as we get late into some of these levels, I do need to recover a bit of sense of visual focus as we, make the same mistakes over and over in that location. But it must be interesting from the maker's perspective to see what the trouble spots are going to be for specific players. Where, you know, that's kind of my spot there in the question block. Other players might have something quite completely different. Straight down? No, not straight down. I actually have to drop to the right a bit. I mean, I do have to kill every Goomba, so I definitely can't just leave it in place, although the arrows are pointing back down, but I see that as my only opportunity to take out that Goomba, so I think I have to stop it. But then if I stop it like that... No, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. I'm not sure I understand that Goomba. Whether it's necessary to count towards the 30 total when I'm doing the big Goomba split, but it seems like I do have to stop it. It's just that I don't have the correct angle for jumping out afterwards and continuing the chain. I mean, it's very clearly required, given the all Goomba condition, which I think does account for the splits. I think. I've never really played around with some clear condition logic for, you know, whether the editor kind of recognizes it as 30 Goombas when the split is going to happen, but I need to hold left as soon as I jump from the Goomba. Yeah, I guess so. I may just be miscalculating the falling arc that I need to get from the right side of the split to the left side of the split. Kind of interesting that the clear condition does handle this gracefully, though. That you would have these small Goombas registered in the editor, even though the element you're actually placing is the big Goomba. That you squeeze 2 defeats out of that thing. Maybe. Not really watching the numbers here, because I'm watching the level. Okay. Coming in, once again, a little too far to the left, which has been a problem even when we do land on that one correctly. Nope. Okay. That's okay, just a lot of minor corrections to make here, and then we still have a lot to learn, actually, as we get up to the bit with the mole, but, you know, we never know how much of this we can absorb. Just on a first attempt when we see it. I mean, sometimes you just play levels like these by getting past one particular obstacle and understanding it, and then absorbing a whole stretch at once. It kind of follows very gracefully. And yeah, safety of man, no worries about getting some sleep. The level that you recommended, we'll have to look at some other time. I don't know if it's one that I would have played from the sound of walking the dog, but if it's a clown car level, like I said, maybe not. So yeah, great to see you again. Hope to see you around some more. And we'll have lots of catching up to do, lots of recommendations to send you if you are looking for more content to play again. Okay. And forward we go. And yeah, good night. Okay. Nope. Gonna check current state of the list. Yeah. And in fact, let me see if I'm not moving on from this one just yet, Greggy Spike. Don't worry about that. If Sean the Clown is not here anymore, and it seems like they're not, this will be the last level anyway, so I'll take my time with it and I'll just try to finish it. And it should be the last thing we play today. Which is good, because it's definitely getting to the point where I was thinking, okay, this should be the last one we play anyway, and so works out conveniently for me that both Safety of Man and Bang and Doxin earlier, actually, they all kind of gracefully exited the queue after being patient with me for so long. We did, of course, spend a great deal of time on one of the other Bang levels earlier today, so no harm done. So yeah, Greggy Spike, we'll stick with this a bit longer and see how it goes. But yeah, this is definitely past how long I wanted to run the stream, even though I started earlier than my usual time tonight. But it is about as late as I'm willing to go. I used to be able to go much later, but for various off-stream reasons, it's just not really possible these days. Okay, that's going to be kind of a medium jump, and then we have another Goomba sequence that was released by the P-Switch. I think it's actually fairly understandable. And yeah, I just kind of hit my head on the ceiling that time. That did affect the arc. Pulled back a bit hard on that jump. Yeah, decent amount of progress. Decent amount of progress. That's the thing about the viewer level experience, is that it can be difficult to balance the pace of a viewer level stream against an sort of satisfaction of like really kind of digging into a level like this, which despite its 40-second length is difficult enough that it is a somewhat lengthy learning experience that you need to approach by squeezing out every drop of concentration that you can dedicate to it. And you know, you don't get that experience just by swapping between stuff every 10 to 15 minutes unless you're very good, which some other viewer level streamers definitely are. I think that's kind of the ideal in some ways, is just to be you know, good enough at the game that you can see lots of content as a result of getting through some of the harder stuff quickly. But that's okay, we'll gradually make our way through. Definitely one of the harder streams I've had recently in terms of clear rates. But that's fine, that comes and goes. Like, every now and then we'll just have the opposite, where people send me a whole stretch of like 20% traditional stuff that goes down like butter. Oh, and I see, it's actually Icicles dropping a lot of the additional Goomba setups on your way back. It's not just a P-Switch. I wasn't really paying much attention to that previously in terms of how the setup works because I was too busy trying to survive. You made a world that is SMP2 inspired. Okay, interesting. Yep, just hitting our head there a couple times. Still kind of thinking about how that mole segment is going to go up top. There is an arrow leading me up there. I guess I will eventually be making my way up. Okay, here we go. Nope, too high. I bounce off that one. I kind of saw that coming. You'll send on an next stream? Okay, looking forward to it. Now I hope I can get through this, but given that I still haven't seen the top left segment, no guarantees. But I will want to clear this eventually, where, you know, if I don't do it in viewer levels, I'll definitely do it on a catch-up or mop-up stream of some sort. Some attempts are smoother than others. Nope, still not letting up accurately enough. I knew I was supposed to let up there, and I'm trying to do it, but I'm just a little bit late on controlling that jump. Okay. And now I'm pulling back a little bit too early. It's okay, we'll hopefully eventually nail this. Some sections are basically auto, yeah. I see what you mean by that, with the short bounces in particular. But of course I do need to get into those setups accurately to begin with. And not to be too far off center. Okay. And yeah, still some very familiar trouble spots every time we push through this. Okay, no, it's still a bit of a weird arc going down to that Goomba and coming out of that jump and hitting my head on the ceiling, and that's going to interrupt everything. Getting there a little bit more consistently, though. Nope. Just as I was saying. Okay, bounce, bounce. Okay, pulled back a little bit too much, but that is a new record. 25 Goombas so far. 5 remaining, and a couple of those were already accounted for visually, that we saw where those Goombas were going to be coming from, so quite near the end. Just need to make a few corrections, that's all. Whoops. Yeah, getting closer to a successful attempt. No. Veered a little bit too far left too early. But slowly getting somewhere with this. Nope. Okay, just a matter of focusing and figuring out the rest. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, even if I do have to set this down and continue it, 25 out of 30 is not a bad landmark to hit as a new personal record. And we are getting to some of these places consistently. It's just that sometimes a little bit of imprecision really set us back quite a long ways in terms of attempts. Nope. Up we go. Yeah, definitely the question block has been the element that's caused the most trouble, even though we've sorted it out a little bit better lately. Interesting placement of the invisible block up top above the arrow, in fact. I don't think I'd noticed that previously. But it does kind of keep the ceiling consistent, I guess. I hadn't thought about that previously in terms of how the invisible part of the ceiling is actually controlling that arc. I guess it is partly also there to, you know, permit you to keep the aesthetics kind of curvaceous. Have everything looking kind of open there, even though it's not. And even if it's completely obstructed. Also to prevent anybody from being too curious about the ceiling. Now I can tell there are a lot of aesthetic considerations like that. It's always like that with the sort of, you know, very common semi-solid soft blocks on the ceiling that you can just prevent with invisible blocks as well. That, you know, you ask yourself, well, why would you have semi-solids that create that ceiling trap to begin with? And it's usually because of aesthetics. That I think almost every time I've seen one of those, it's because somebody just wanted to make the level look nice. Just missed a spot when it came to scrubbing for soft blocks. Okay. No, kind of a bad landing on the split there. I think the split there, when it comes to falling onto the right side Goomba, does take a little bit of trial and error to learn, because it's not falling quite as conveniently as the split as the beginning of the level that just gives you a very neat up and down. And to give you a boost down, I see what you mean, yeah. Hence why you are kind of holding a full jump into that. Yeah, I was trying to let up and I, once again, was just much too late. Just poor reaction time to actually getting to bounce onto Goomba. Even though these short bounces should be effectively auto, I am kind of controlling a lot of those bits of horizontal positioning there. I might be tampering with it excessively, as sometimes I do have to be content to just let it sit and let the bounce do its job. Nope. Instead of just constantly manipulating the position. Whoops. Now, I do unfortunately actually have to go soon, so if I don't progress fairly quickly, I will have to bail on this. But I think it was a fair attempt. I'd be perfectly happy to get back to this one too. Yeah, once again, I think the top right corner in general, like with the Goomba split, can be a little bit difficult to keep under control. One of the few points in a level where I'm actually having a little bit of trouble reading the angle. Okay. Nope. Okay, I actually do have to end the stream at this point, unfortunately, but fair series of attempts, record of 25 out of 30. And yeah, I would be willing to get back to this to try to give it a proper clear at some point for sure. But if you want to send me something completely different, as you were saying about the world that you were mentioning, next time you come by, that's fine as well. And at some point, we will definitely have to find some time for the Metroid levels, but this one was fun. Yeah, thank you for the partial GG, I guess. And I'm not going to call that a loss just yet. I'd be happy to get back to it at some point. And yeah, 0.47, given the kind of depths that we're taking, I think that's appropriate, even though everything you're doing here is just jumping. It's not that you're doing much more than that on a technical basis. And, oh, whoops, sorry about the blocking of the video. Oh, the clear video, okay, yeah. You can share that in the Discord as well, actually. No, don't worry about that. It's just that we have some spam production here sometimes. And, luckily you didn't get banned or something. Just got hit by a second timeout. Okay, yeah, no. No, I know the bot is a little bit aggressive about that stuff, but that's what happens. Anyway, we ran way too late again today, like we always do with viewer levels, where I closed the queue and have so much optimism going into clearing the rest and then end up running an extra 2 to 3 hours. But that's what happens when level after level has been pretty good today, so thank you very much, everybody, for dropping by. I will be scanning around for a raid very shortly in order to pass you on to somebody interesting, likely somebody who's going to be doing Mario Maker themselves. But I'll let you know about that in a minute if you stay tuned. In the meantime, hopefully viewer levels again in the same time slot tomorrow. And yeah, that's once again a fairly decent session with hard content today. So thanks to all the submitters in particular, and to all the viewers who have stuck around for this long. And whether it is getting into some ungodly hour in the morning or nearly lunchtime in your region, have a good day, have a good weekend, and fare thee well.